Hello, everyone, and welcome to day one of Certified Ethical Hacker Bootcamp with Dean Bushmiller. Dean is a leading cybersecurity subject matter expert, and he's been teaching cybersecurity continuously online since 2007. He has over 1,000 hours of recorded training and offerings through multiple platforms. Check out the speaker bio icon on the bottom of your screen to learn about Dean. And before we begin class today, I'll point out some of the widgets that you may find useful. On the right-hand side of your screen, you will see the resources widget. That's where you can download the slides and access the links that you may need for class. At the bottom of your screen, you'll see that Q&A widget. This is where you can enter your content-related questions that you would like Dean to address during our session today. We also have a group chat feature available, and you can type in any comments that you would like to share with the whole group here to that group chat widget. If you have any technical trouble, I first suggest that you refresh your browser. If that doesn't fix the problem, please let me know in the chat or the Q&A, and I'll be happy to help you resolve that concern directly. And I do have to warn you, for those who are subject to regulated status, that the chat feature should not be used, and that the audience may include customers, vendors, or competitors of you or your employer. And if you choose to take advantage of the interactive features available in this training, and we really hope that you will, you are responsible for any information that you choose to share. And with that, I will now hand the floor over to our instructor, Dean. The floor is yours.
Yay! Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Heidi. Thank you, Heidi, for introducing me. Thank you all for being here. This is a 2-day CEH. So we're following this up from previously. We had a 4-day CEH, and they are very different classes. The 4-day class is a lot of doing. The 2-day class and preparing for doing. And the 2-day class is a lot more on how to get yourself framed for the exam and a lot more on the exam. The cool thing is that you have access to the resources for both the 2-day and the 4-day class, and I will explain that as we go along. As Heidi said, go into the resources section and open that up right away. You're going to need a couple of things, and you have to tell me if you don't have access to certain things. Some people, when they go in to click on the GitHub and they click on that resource, your network on your side of things, your security setup says, sorry, thanks for playing, you can't go there. Or for instance, I'm going to give you a Google sheet, and I'm going to give you a link to a Google sheet, and it might come up like this. It's important to say, hey, you know what? This doesn't work for me, or it does work for me. Right now, what I see is that there are 22 possible people that can respond to me in this room. And since I'm looking at a piece of glass and you're looking at me, it's kind of hard for me to gauge your reactions. So we're going to start off with a couple of simple little things just to get us tuned up. And the first thing that I want you to do is I want you to ask a question in the attendee chat. It can be a very simple question, but here's the thing. I want you to put on the beginning of your question, like, where are you? I want you to put a question mark at the beginning. It's important because so many people in the room may be asking questions, and I need to ferret out what the questions are real quick and go right after them. So everybody type in question mark, any question that you want to, and then another question mark, and hit enter right now so that I can see that you're all here and with me. That's our first task of the day so that we know how the interfaces work. I know that you've been here before, but I do things a little bit differently, so I want to make sure that we're all good with that. What will I learn today? You will learn, excellent question, excellent question. You will learn how to get access to your resources, how to do reconnaissance, scanning, and enumeration. You will also learn the overview of the entire process. All right. Is it real? Hello. Very good. Where am I? Oh, yeah. Hello could be a question. Very good. Okay. Will we be using the GitHub extensively today? An excellent question again. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? Well, 7 is the answer to that one. Is the sun out where you are? No, but the eclipse will be here in Austin, Texas. That's a good question. Okay, so I see that question mark, and it fires off something inside of me to make sure that I answer your question, but it's at the beginning of the question. It doesn't have to be at the end. Now what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to answer a question. Look at any one of the questions that was posed in the chat. If you have the ability to answer it, I want you to answer it. Like, for instance, yes, the sun is shining. Okay. And notice at this point, I put a bang at the beginning, an exclamation point. That means that you are answering a question in the chat. So there's really three. How many sessions are scheduled? 2. Will the sessions be recorded? Yes. If so, will I find the recordings on O'Reilly? You'll find the recordings on the landing page that you came to today. Okay. Now remember, put a question mark at the beginning so that I know it's a question set. I'm reading them and I'll be okay. I'll know that it's a question, but this will also help out the other people in the room, because if they know the answer, like if you know the answer to any of the questions previously, I want you to answer them now. Or you can just go ahead and throw me a bang. No. There you go. No sun in AZ. Okay. Good. Anybody else? There we go. Now, somebody answered a question with a question. Very good. All right. So I just wanted you to get that feel for things, because, again, how interactive can it be for me? The only interactivity that I get in this room is through that chat. Now, look, Heidi even gave us the link to the class, to today's class where you came in, and it will be listed right on the right-hand side. There'll be the recording sessions will be in there about 24 hours after the class has run. You know, it takes some time to go ahead and do all the processing. Now, the other place that you can put things is in the Q&A, which is separate from the attendee chat. So if you have a private question, and I would like you all to go over to the Q&A, which is separate from the main window. All right. I would like you to go into that Q&A, and I would like you to type in question mark, this is a personal question. And it's okay. Okay. So we're not going to do that in the main window, but you'll notice that I will reply back to those, and only you will get the answer there. Only I will see the question. Well, Heidi and I will see the question, and only you will get the answer back. My answer back to you is just going to be a bang, so that you know that the Q&A is working for you. That's separate. There are some people that cannot use the main window. They can't use the Q&A. And they can't use the chat that everybody gets to use. If you're one of those people, you need a way to interact with me. And so that's what we're doing, using that Q&A window, because that is separate. Okay, I've got one person that sent me a question in the Q&A, which is private and directed. Can I make you a lead hacker? Now, you'll notice a lot of times what I will do is I will call out the question, but I won't give out the person's name. So therefore, if it's a question that really should be asked to everybody, I will ask it there. I mean, I will answer it there. And I cannot make anybody a lead hacker in under a week. That takes years. So very good, very good, very good. Okay. And I've gotten a couple of other ones flowing in. Okay, so now the first thing that I want you to do the next thing that I want you to do is I want you to go to the resources section. I want you to click on the Mentimeter link. Now, what will that look like? Well, when you open it up on your side, and I'm going to show you, this will be a little meta here. Now, when I'm logged in as a user, I see this window right here. Now, this one isn't very friendly, but I want you to click on those resources. You can't click on me because I'm in the way, so you have to go to your resources link set up for you. But as I advance these slides, you get a separate window that advances the slides. If you would like to, you can do this, you can do Mentimeter on a completely separate tool out there, and that would be, like, for instance, the QR code. You could point your phone. You know, I could pick up my phone and I could point it at that. If you've got a tablet or anything like that. The other trick to this is that when you open that up, or that Mentimeter window, make it a different browser. So if you're in Edge, for the classroom and you're seeing me in Edge, then maybe you open up Firefox, Brave, or something else so that you're opening it in a different window. That way you can toggle back and forth. Your keyboard shortcuts will work very well in this case. So you open that in a different browser. Now, if you have any problems, the O'Reilly Q&A is a little bit different than the Q&A that you do inside of this room. And so you can always take care of that. Who is the best instructor at O'Reilly? Wow. If the person you're asking doesn't say me, you should run from the class. And I don't mean me, I mean they should say them. Okay. So Heidi already gave you an introduction. You can look at my bio. What you care about is right here. The exam version 11, there is no exam version 12. There is only marketing version 12 at the EC Council. There's no new exam. Was released in November of 2020. I've been taking this exam. That was version 11. I've taken it since version 6. So just to let you know that I've done that a lot, but I've also done a lot of other certifications out there. That means that I'm good at test taking, but that might not be what you need. Now, to make sure that you're inside of Mentimeter so that I know that you've got that working for yourself, I'd like you to type in your initials and add a two-digit number. And notice you got a big long box here to work in. So I'm going to type in DB11 and I'm going to hit enter or submit. And then you'll see that pop up. And I'd like you to do that also here. This is just in case there are 2 people with the same initials in the class. With 37 people, the birthday attack or the birthday paradox is possible at about, let's see, how many is it? 26 times 26, that would be, we would definitely have a collision, but by adding that other number on the end, we stop that. All right, now I noticed that some people have typed in something in the question area. There's this other place that I wanted to introduce you to down here in this corner right here. You'll see that this tells me how many people have responded right down there. And then right next to that, there are other questions that can pop up on the screen. Everybody can see these questions. So we have to be careful about that. Don't do any personal information in there at all. Now, if you have something that does not fit into this class that is important to you, you can send me an email. Do not give me your email address in the chat. This is the shortest email that I can come up with. It's one@vmlt.com. You will have some homework this evening to be prepared for. I'm going to look at the questions that have popped up here. This is a personal question. Personal questions, excellent. Personal questions should not be asked in this interface whatsoever. Okay. This should not be asked there. It should be in the O'Reilly question. You are asking a question, and that takes care of all those questions. Okay, good, good, good. So now you'll see that it says up there 18 responses. I have 36 people in the room. That's exactly 50%. So I'm going to expect 50% participation. Some people will be on a break, so you have to pick up for others. So that's what I'm looking for there all the time. If you go and watch this in a recording, don't forget to email me. If you're watching this in a recording right now, please send me an email right now that says, I am watching, the subject line is, I am watching the recording. Okay? So my goal is to make this a great class for you. And if you follow my plan here and do the activities of the class, you will build a plan that will allow you to pass. And that's my goal, is if you want to take the exam, I want you to be able to pass. And I want you to hang out with me for at least 8 hours. Where do I enter the initials and the 2-digit number? AG, that slide has already passed. It's inside of Mentimeter. If you go to the resources section and you click on the Mentimeter link, that'll open up a separate window where you'll see these slides directly on your side of the internet, not with my big fat head in the way. There you go. Okay. So in theory, you will not need me when you're done. You're going to have a plan to pass. Now, you might want to come to my 4-day CEH. That can help you out there. But there are plenty of other resources, and I'll explain those as we go along. But you might not be here for the CEH. You might be here for the pizza. So tell me what your goals are today. I'm going to give you about 90 seconds to type them out here inside of Mentimeter. And let's see what you come up with. Now you'll notice I'm looking at the responses that are going by. I'm waiting for enough to go ahead and crop up in there and be a little quiet for you all. Somebody else asked, like if anybody else is in the room and they ask about the Mentimeter and you already know how it is, you can say the code after Mentimeter is at the top of the slides. Okay, goal to learn a new skill and maybe enough to pass the CEH exam. I think that you can do that if you're working this well. I'm going to teach you about the CEH course for sure. Bring down a fraud website. You will not have that skill here, and I do not suggest that you do that, and I will explain why later on. Okay. Refresh knowledge and get CPEs. Good. Now, for the CPEs, you need to be able to claim credit. The best way to do that, by the way, is if you're doing any kind of CPE work that's continuing professional education credit, is to take a picture of me, actually a screenshot of me on top of the slides at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, and that usually satisfies the proof requirement for most CPE requirements. Know the basic CEH before taking the CEH exam. Okay, good. Prepare CP hours for CISSP. Ah, very good. And by the way, on Wednesday and Thursday of this week, I'm actually doing a 2-day CISSP that is a refresher for the April version of the exam. Okay, well, let's find out about what's going on here. I'd like to learn how to learn the concepts and apply them in a real situation. I think we can do that. I am going to talk about my professional practices. And for those who are trying to make their security skills go up, looking at how the evildoers do it, will give you an idea of how to build defenses. If you want to ask me the question, how would I defend against that? I'm happy to answer that question, and I will put on my defender's hat for that moment in time. Learn about ethical hacking, understand how much effort will be required. Okay, to pick up the cert. So just to let you know, this is a question of, do you have previous certs or not? For the person who said this, if you have no previous certifications and you're new to this, this can be the maximum number of hours that you would have to spend on this is about 150 concentrated hours. If you have previous certifications that fit in the right area, send me an email and say, this is the certs that I have, then I will help you to go ahead and conceptualize how much time you're going to need to do without actually interviewing you and giving you a test. But we'll come back to that testing piece in a little bit later. Okay. So now what I want you to do is I want you to download your PDFs from the resources or the GitHub. The PDFs that you see are static. When you do it from the GitHub, what you will get, oh, you know what? I skipped some questions in there. I jumped over things. Sorry about that. Get a feel for the live learning events in the cybersecurity domain, bring down fraudulent website, become more adept at security professional, CEH prep for the exam. Okay. To learn what you do. Oh, by the way, and this is an excellent one. So this class satisfies the requirements for both CEH and Pen Test Plus, and I teach both of those. I only teach the CEH for O'Reilly because they don't want me to teach the Pen Test Plus right now. I mean, maybe they will in the future, but they overlap fairly significantly. I'd say about 85 to 90%. So if you study everything here and in the 4-day class and you work with the quizzer that I talk about later on, you should be able to pass that certification also. If you're trying to type Skynet, that's a little late. I mean, OpenAI has gone ahead and already started the war, and we've already lost. To gain new knowledge, to have a specific view of what I need to pass the exam, and to become an expert in cybersecurity, which I don't believe this will happen in 1 year or two, but it take years. Yeah, to be an expert in cybersecurity, I don't know if you ever become it. You can be an expert in a topic in cybersecurity, but I don't know that you can be an expert in all of cybersecurity. That's a pretty rare breed right there. Ah, very good. Now, for those who are doing career work, next week I am doing a 2-hour session on cyber careers and how to get into cybersecurity and what's going on in the cybersecurity market, where you can ask all these questions that you want about cybersecurity careers. Okay, so now I finished all of the questions there. Download your resources from the PDFs. Those are static. You will see me when I'm working in the class. You will see me working on mind maps like this, and I'll click a little button and this thing will move. You can do that exact same thing if you have the HTML versions of the files versus the PDFs that are sitting on the site. I can't upload HTML files to the resources section of O'Reilly, primarily because it's a protection of you. The theory is that I could develop a cross-site scripting flaw from resources that were put up inside of there. And so therefore they don't let me do that. And it's a good safety measure to protect you. So those PDFs are static, whereas the HTML files are dynamic and they have clickable links inside of them. So that's the first thing that you want to do. So you can go to download the GitHub files. Now, here's the cool thing about Mentimeter and why you actually want to open up the window. Besides interacting with me, okay, you can go to, like, this link right here is a clickable link, and that will bring you to this site. So when you come to this site, you click the code button and you scroll down and you choose download the zip. All right. That's going to download the entire site. That's both the 2-day and the 4-day. So you'll have all of those resources, but there's a little trick that's going to happen in just a second. So we'll come back to that. So you want to download that, and that will give you all your resources that you need downloading that zip. There are going to be zips that you download. There's like one that's called part 1 and then part 2. And then what happens is there is a password inside of there. If you encounter the password in your unzipping of things, after you've unzipped them, it's this really long string right here. I've pasted it into the attendee chat. You can always ask for it, but it is, I will not give or sell these mind maps to anyone. If somebody else that you know looks at your mind maps and goes, wow, those are really cool, I'd really like a copy of those, say, ask Dean. Here's Dean's email address, and ask him. So I don't give those away. I don't give full sets of mind maps away to anybody on the internet, clicking download, because a lot of times what happens is somebody else says, oh, I like that, and then they take that idea and they teach this class, and that's not really fair, okay? So you'll get those zips. Those zips will open up. If for some reason that you're in Mentimeter and you get off track, there's a button that says go to slide. You know that can happen for you. Okay. We'll talk a little bit about the exam, the question types, the lab setup, the scope of your class, and then these are the things that we get through. Usually we don't have time for enumeration in this first day. And so what I do is I do a little introduction to enumeration, the kind of the core concepts. I ask you from a homework standpoint to do 2 things. Thing 1 is to watch the enumeration recording so that you can ask good questions on day 2. And thing 2 is to set up your lab. Today's labs will not require anything but a browser. That's it. Nothing more. A browser and a Google Sheet is all you're going to need for today. Tomorrow's labs and the introduction to those labs will require machines. The cool thing is I've got a good setup for machines, and I'll explain that in a little bit. Okay. So now there's some people that are going to come in here and they're going to be advanced, and that's okay. So we're going to do this in 2 phases. Phase 1 is day 1. Phase 2 is on day 2, that kind of thing. in phase one, we're going to do reconnaissance. We're going to talk to somebody who's got a website. Well, you're going to ask questions of somebody who's got a website. You'll see him come in here. His name is Brock. And what you'll do is you'll do all the website data collection. You won't do any scanning. You won't do any brute forcing. You won't do any exploits against that site, please. If you're on that site, expsec.us, and I'm going to go there right now, expsec.us. There's the site. It's a real stripped down site so that we can use it to play. You should be clicking on every single piece of content inside of here and collecting up all the data that you can. And if there's a link that leads to another site, you should be clicking on those links also to figure out what's going on. Maybe there's some good, juicy information inside of there. And so this is the site that we test on today. No automation. And if you do, by the way, if you use automation, my lockout will happen pretty quickly on you. So don't use any automation. You can do things by hand and you'll be just fine. I will turn off the lockouts when we get to the lesson where you're supposed to be trying to go ahead and like key in things. I'll turn the lockouts off because I realize with 39 people in the room, we could easily hit that lockout threshold as a collective. So just to let you know, this is kind of where we're going today. So the other thing is that we have to set up a scope. So wait for a little bit, unless you'd like to just poke around in here and look inside of there and click on things, that's fine. Here's the next thing. If you were in my 4-day class previously, I want you to type into the attendee chat, I was here for the 4-day. This is important for the exercises because I'll change the exercises for those who were here previously. So if you were in my 4-day class, please type into the attendee chat, I was here. All right. I'll explain the lab as we go along. So, very good, JE. JE, I'm going to up my game for you. TG, I'm going to up my game for you. Now, tell me about your lab setup. If you have nothing, that's fine. But where do you fit in the thing of this? Because some people, what they do is they go to the GitHub page, and then they see that they can set up their labs, and they set it up beforehand. I had somebody over the weekend emailing me and asking me, hey, how can I do this setup for this lab? They had some problems, and I supported them in the lab. The labs are pretty bulletproof, both the lab environment. It requires that you have an AWS account that you have root privileges on. So, and I really tell people, don't use a production account, get something else that's purely for testing. And if you do have a production account and you have workloads in that region, like I have workloads in US East 1, which is Northern Virginia. I don't do any of the testing that I show you here in that region because I have live hosts there. So I move over to US East 2, which is Ohio, and that's when I run all of my different machines. If you have something else, please tell me in the Q&A. Let me know in the O'Reilly Q&A what you actually have out there. Now, the cool thing is you just need that account, and also for AWS, it's only about $1 or $2 per hour as it's running. It's a very, very clean set of labs that have been built up over time. So if you got something else, let me know. If you bought virtual labs, the only virtual labs to buy, okay. Look at the participants in the 4-day event. Okay. So if you bought the virtual labs, they are the iLabs from EC Council, and I will talk about the iLabs later on. Those are excellent if your objective is to take the CEH written exam and then take the practical, which they call the masters now. But if you're going to take the practical exam from EC Council, then you must buy the virtual labs. I will just tell you that right away. Okay. So I will ask you to do some other recordings that are out there. And I'm just gonna open these up just for a second. you'll notice that this pops up with a recording from inside of O'Reilly, and I'm going to press pause on that. And I think in a perfect world, yes, okay. Did I set up AWS? Also have Ubuntu mobile workstation. I can boot on Kali. All right. Running the physical exam ESX with lab elements visualized. Oh, good, good, good. Okay, if you're doing this on VMware ESXi, you can download your own images. You don't need the guacamole. You need to build your own Kali instance, and I will point to those things for other people. But this is a discussion. It's a short little thing on note cards. Note cards are the way to gain. You can get rid of 50% of the exam and pass 50% of the CEH exam by building note cards. That one activity puts away all the glossary of terms, okay? I talk about that in detail in this recording here. If you're interested in the readings, I am going to cover them on the second day, but that's another section of this course where I talk about the readings and where you get readings, because this is video. You've got doing. You're going to need some reading that you're going to have to put in place. By the way, I just finished reviewing Rick Messier's second edition of his Kali book. And I will tell you that tops on my list from now on is that book. It fits very well with what we're doing in the CEH and the Pen Test Plus as a reading, and it even covers reverse engineering malware, which I don't even cover in this course. And so it really is a brilliant thing. I talk about lab choices, and then I also talk about how to learn in labs. A lot of people will just look at the instructions and click on the box, and look at the instruction and click on the box, and they lose sight. And you really want to shift your way of thinking when you're doing any labs, not just my labs, but any labs that are out there. There's a series of about 7 questions that you want to be answering as you're going through that lab to make it worth your time. Okay, now we're going to take a break here, but if you follow the plan, and that means today's plan 4 hours, tomorrow's plan 4 hours, you should be able to build up your own plan. But the first part of that is hanging out with me and interacting on all the resources. Today, what I want you to do is I want you to get into the flow, because I know this thing works. It works very well for everybody that's done it. Just because I've passed a bunch of exams doesn't mean anything. I study how you study so that I can make studying better for you. The first thing that you want to do is you want to go out and get your sets of note cards and know where to get your glossary of terms. Everything in here is recorded, and you shouldn't be perfect at this stuff. I'll just tell you that right away. And so that's really tough. Now, when we come back from our break, we're going to take a 5-minute break here. When we come back, we're going to talk about the actual exam itself, just in this little encapsulation here in this little window inside of this. And then we'll move into the next section. So we should be able to go ahead and give you some good insight as to the exam, not just the stuff that you can read on the website. So with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break, run away, go play, and I'll see you soon. All right, welcome back. So, this exam is very scary from the outside looking in. But there are certain things that you can do to kind of clear the decks of all the places where you can be tricked. Okay, so I'll just start off with that. Okay. Generally, here's the overview of the exam. There are a couple of things that are painful in this. First off, the price is $1,100 US. If that is way too much and out of your budget, why are you taking this exam? You could take the Pen Test Plus exam for $350. Now, it's going to be different in different countries, but I'm just giving the US prices because that's how I can do it. I can convert to dollars there. So if that's too painful for you, $1,100 is too much of a price, then that's fine. And a lot of people go, well, wait a minute, Dean, everybody wants the CEH, nobody wants the Pen Test Plus. Trust me, hiring managers know that those two things are equal. If your company says, we want you to get the CEH, they go, well, then you pay for the exam. A lot of companies will reimburse you after you pass. So that means that you have to pass on your first try because you don't want to eat $1,100 or whatever that price is for you. So follow the plan, you'll be okay. It is online and you can go to a location and do it. What I prefer to do is proctored in my house. So I sit here and take my exam, which is a really wonderful thing. It's an offshoot of what happened in COVID, that we're allowed to take a lot of exams at home. You're not allowed to do that with certain exams, but CEH is one that you can do. Okay. Now, here's the thing. The steps to do this are painful because what EC Council wants to do is they want to frighten you into taking their class their way and signing up their way. You don't have to do that. You don't have to fall for that manipulation. So first off, version 11, version 12, version 13, there's only a version 11, okay? There is a courseware version 12 that's been out for a year, but no changes to the exam whatsoever. As a certified EC Council instructor, they invite you to this meeting and they say, here's the outline of the new exam. There's no difference. Actually, I take that back. The one thing that they added to the exam was understanding MITRE ATT&CK. I teach a 2-hour class on understanding MITRE ATT&CK that clears the decks of that one little tiny piece. But that's just not even the certification, that's just the courseware that they want us to teach out there. It's very expensive. It costs a minimum of $60,000 US to upgrade your exam from one version to another with all of the requirements that the EC Council has. So that's why there is no version 12 or version 13. Okay. Now, you'll notice in here, it says step 0. This means if you cannot pass step 0, don't do any of the other stuff. You go, Dean, where is this? You know, I saw you click on that link, but I don't know where this is for me. Okay. Well, there's the link right there inside the wiki. If you don't have somebody that can attest to your 2 years of experience and you have a job where your superior will vouch for those, don't sign up for this exam. Go to the Pen Test Plus because they will reject your application. They will charge you $100. You go, no, they'll boot you out. Okay. And then this gives you all of the steps that you're supposed to do. People try to game this process and get caught all the time. There's a whole post boards that I look at of people that have tried to game this process. You cannot game this process. Even me, after I've taken the exam, 5 different versions of the exam, they still make me go through this entire process. I'm like, I'm a certified EC Council instructor. Why you make me do this? They go, because you have to follow the process. Fine. Okay. So just know that that is the process that will get you to it. Okay, that takes care of the logistics there. Now, this is something that you won't see anywhere else. What kind of question types will you see on the exam? And these are all the different possible question types that you can see. Given a definition, supply a term. can be solved by knowing your glossary of terms. I'll give you the glossary, but you got to put it on note cards to get that happen. Given an example, define what this is. There you go. Terms again. Given a tool, supply a switch. This now we're talking about how you do your labs, and there's a 7-question process for your labs that you go through while you're doing your labs, and you put that on a note card also. Given a tool output, how do you fix this? That's knowing your tool again. Given an objective, why is this tool not working? In other words, I keyed in this stuff. Why didn't I get the result that I expected? Given a tool category, which tool will fulfill the requirement? Now, in this case, what they'll do is they'll give you a requirement of, say, scanning, and you go, oh, I know, Dean taught me in class that Nmap is the scanning tool. And of the options that are listed there, Nmap's not there. You need to know the replacement tool for that. I've got a whole section in the tools mind maps that will solve that problem. I'll explain that later on. But you need to know what tool will replace the other tool. And if you're taking the practical exam, you definitely need to know how to do this from an EC Council standpoint. That's only for the practical. For the written, you can get it through us doing this together. Given a task, choose the correct tool. So far, if you look at this, the first 2 sections up at the top are nothing but glossary of terms. But then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those sections there are on tools. So you have to know what tools are going to be on your exam and how much you need to practice with those tools. It is a very practical exam. However, they don't make you do a lot of clicking around inside of there. You just have to have worked with the tools enough to know all of these components of the tools. That's why when you're doing your labs, it really helps to put them on a note card. Okay. Given a process, supply a step. In the next section, when we do the mind map, we'll talk about the process that you must memorize. Given an attack description, define it. So what will happen is they will show you a cut and paste of something. They'll give you a little screenshot and they'll say, what is this thing called right here? Oh, because I can see that, and that, and I've done this in the lab, I know that that's called a banner grab or whatever it is that they show you right there. They'll give you screenshots of Wireshark many times. You could, if you learn just the Wireshark tool and the Nmap tool for your exam, you could probably cover somewhere between 10 and 18 questions on your exam with those 2 tools. But that's not all of your exam, because remember, you got you got a lot more than that going on here. You got 125 questions. Now, most of the time, by the way, it's 4 options, 1's correct. Every once in a while, they'll give you a click around kind of thing. Here's my advice to you. If they give you any kind of demonstrations or things that you have to do where you have to go, it's a complex set of tasks and it's not the 4 options, 1 correct, mark it and come back to it at the end. Your goal is to gain enough points so that you get a 71% on the exam. And those questions with all those little interface things inside of them where you have to go ahead and figure out what the firewall is and blah, 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 and all that stuff, those questions, those suck up your time and scare the crap out of everybody. So don't be scared. Just mark it and move on. Get as many points as you possibly can when you're nice and fresh, and then go back to those things that are scary already and just go, I blew it. Or, hey, now I've got time to go ahead and do this. But get through the bulk of the exam questions when you're fresh, when you're dialed up, and then you can come back to that stuff that could possibly cause you problems. Okay. The last one in this list, given a security requirement, supply a protocol. That means that you have to know your protocols. By the way, your protocols are on a map. It's the enumeration map and the scanning map, those 2 maps. I have ordered the material for this course. Today is the critical stuff that you cannot do without. Not 1 minute of today is not essential to passing your exam. The next day, the topics that I cover in the second day of this course are the things that, what's second in the list, what's third in the list, what's fourth in the list. That's how I've ranked and ordered this course. But you have to know your protocols. Okay. So you get about 20 to 30% of your exam answers from your glossary of note cards, just straight from it. I could say that it's even more so. I say that you could probably go up to 50% of your exam on this. I really do believe that. The labs. If you do my set of labs, you don't have to do the EC Council set of labs. If you do my set of labs, both Wireshark, which is separate, and then the labs that I give you for both the 2-day and the 4-day course, you've covered 20 to 40% of your exam. My mind maps that you get most of here in the class, but you can get more of later on. I'll explain how. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to give up a lot of details. You can get about 30 to 50%. There is a reading section. I don't know what you don't know. I don't know whether you understand the TCP flags. And so therefore what I do is I give you all of the readings and you go, yeah, I know my flags. I've got that on a note card. I'm good for that. Or you go, I don't know anything about TCP flags. Well, that's where you go ahead and you crank out a note card at that moment in time. If you were to take the recordings, my class recordings, and convert them to note cards, you would cover about 85% of the exam. So these are all just overlapping circles where you can go ahead and get it all done. This represents, right here, represents about 115% of the exam. I try to make sure that whatever course I'm teaching covers between 10 and 20% more than the exam actually covers so that it's complete. But also I add my professional practices in. Okay. It may be that you don't have the prerequisites. And the easiest way to measure the prerequisites is, are you good at Networks Plus? Are you good at Security Plus? Those are CompTIA exams. But those two will give you foundational information that is expected of you. Now, the cool thing is for Network Plus, oh, sorry, it's making me sign in there. You can go in and you can do the, there's a quizzer there, and Security Plus does the exact same thing. When you sign up for my CEH quizzer, which is free, you can get to Security Plus questions if you're unsure. I've got a separate section for that. What you have to be able to do is define what you don't know. And the easiest way to do that is with note cards. So if I talk about something that you don't understand, you don't have time to write all that stuff down, even if you're listening to the recording. But if you have a note card, you can write that term that you don't understand on the card, and then don't fill in the rest and set that down. And you can do that over and over and over again all day long. That's going to then crop up with questions that you have. You can send me an email and say, Dean, I don't know where to get this information that you told me was really important. Where do I find it? Now, if you said, I looked inside of my readings mind map, I looked inside of the recordings, and I looked inside of the mind maps, and I couldn't find it, then I know that you've done your homework. You're going to build a checklist of actions from this class, all the things that I talked to you about. That should fit on 2 note cards. You'll write out a schedule from that checklist, and you can send that schedule to me. Say, this is what I'm going to do. This is how I'm going to do it. And I'll say, you know, I've seen a couple thousand students, and this is a reasonable set of expectations. I might ask you questions back. Once you execute that plan, after we've confirmed it back and forth that fits with you and works within the confines of the exam, you execute that plan and you'll pass. Okay. So we're not going to go into the class lab setup for this class, but I am going to demonstrate it at a couple of different breaks. Just to let you know, the setup for the lab, first and foremost, is on the main page. Now, these are labs that we're going to do. But if you go to the main page of the GitHub, you'll notice that it says, how do we build a lab? Now, there are several bugs that I've cleaned up as we've gone along. This is doing it the AWS way. And the first thing that you want to do is you want to watch this video. It needs a little bit of updating, but if you watch that video, you understand where all the interface stuff is, and then you go into the next section, which is having an AWS account. You can see that I have my AWS account open at this moment in time. I chose a region, and then ran into a little bit of a problem with some people who are in the Far East. Somebody said that they were in India. You may not have a Cloud Shell in your default region where you sit. You might have to go to the EU region to actually have a Cloud Shell. There's every once in a while that just the Cloud Shell doesn't pick up in that region. I don't understand why, but that's how they've got things set up. The cool thing is that I give you this cloud ping test for AWS, and it tells you where your closest region is for you. Then you create a key pair. And again, this is in the video. So if you will look at my account right now, I'm going to go back to my main page. And I'm going to go down here to the place where it says security, and it says key pair right there. And you'll notice that I've created this key pair right there. And when I created that, it downloaded it to my machine. You probably will not use this key pair unless you have a very, very serious problem, but you need it in case you have a problem. But once you've downloaded it, you're good. You don't have to do anything else with the key pair. Most people panic at this point and they look at all this stuff and they go, I don't know what I'm going to do here. I don't know how this is going to work. Watch the video first. And then what will happen is you will go into the Cloud Shell. That will be the next place that you go. This will open up. And this is a straight copy and paste from my website. You would take, and you can just do this right here. You can grab this whole thing and you can copy it and paste it into here. Now, I'm not going to do it because I've already created the copies. What you want to do is when you finish that command, it'll output a whole bunch of AMIs. It'll say, these are the ones that are being copied. Once you do this phase and it's doing the copy, wait, go get a sandwich, go away, go run away and go play, okay? Then it will finish that copy. How do you know that the copy is finished? You go back to EC2, you go down into the place where it says AMIs, and you look and they'll be listed, and these will be the names of them. You need, you need these AMI IDs, those four. I have an extra one in here because of Atomic, and I've copied them to a separate place. So get a notepad. It really shouldn't be something that has the ability to create hyperlinks. Make it something like Ultra Edit or Notepad or something like that. This is actually a bad way to do this because you could, in theory, click on those links. You need those four items, and then you will go over to what's called CloudFormation. Now, next time that I have a break, I'm going to actually go through the create stack process. If you want to watch, that's fine, and you can see what's going on. But I'm going to stop there for now, and we're going to come back to our regularly scheduled program. If you've gotten to this phase of things, you are less than 15 minutes away from having your lab up and running. And you don't have to do anything else except for fill in a couple of blanks, click, 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 and you're done, and your lab is built. Okay. You used to have to do this with all AWS sessions or Guacamole. Now it's done with Guacamole. It's pretty easy. Anybody that was here in the previous class that did their labs, please type into the attendee chat your experience with the labs. It was hard. It wasn't hard. I just had to pay attention. Whatever that is, tell the other people in this room how it was for you to set up that lab. I'd love to say it's easy, but I've got AWS experience. Okay. So for your labs with me, using my setup, this is the amount of time that you should be spending on each one of these tools. So this is one screen full of all of the tools that you need to do. You'll notice that Metasploit, OpenVOS, Nmap, Wireshark, Snort, 2 to 4 hours on each. If you're unsure, do all of the labs that I offer you and be just fine. I have, for Wireshark, I have 6 hours worth of labs, okay? Burp Suite, HPing, now it's HPing 3. Multigo, EtterCap, and BetterCap. EtterCap and BetterCap are the same thing. 1 hour on each one of those. Now, here's the thing. Let's just take for moment and time, Multigo. This set of labs does not mean the time it takes to set up, because Multigo, if you're not paying attention and you're not focused and you don't do the emails back and forth correctly, can take you 2 or 3 hours to set up. This does not include setup time. It includes work time. And then there's a list of tools in here where you got to spend 10 minutes on it. You got to see the interface. You have to have worked with it once, and then you go, okay, I understand what that tool is. But when you do that tool and you do that interface, make sure that you create a note card for your lab. If you create one note card for each one of those 10-minute things right there, you'll chip them right off. Because remember, this is a tools-heavy question exam. Okay, so these are your tools. And you don't have to buy a Yagi, you have to know what one is. Okay. Here's what happens for me when I interview new pen testers that work with me. I have a loose association of about 7 to 10 penetration testers that I work with that have expertise. We usually will get 1 or 2 people per year that want to kind of join our group. And we go, okay, there are 2 kinds of people out there. There are the people that can say it, and there are the people that can do it. And usually they're not the same person. The group that I work with, the 7 people, now 7 people in that group, can do both. But usually we're project managers. And so what I normally do is I say, can you describe the ethical hacking process from start to finish without any notes, usually it's on Zoom, in 30 minutes exactly, with no varies, ahs, or anything else. No filler words whatsoever. And by the way, we're sitting there doing the count. Every time you get an or an ah, and it was like, and then they were like, and she was like, and I'm going ding, 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 ding. And I'm counting those up and they count against you, because you have to be able to clearly state what you're doing if you're going to be that person that's expressing. But you may not be that person. Okay, so fine. I want you to build a pen test workstation from an unformatted drive. And I want you to perform a test from start to finish. For every single action that you do, you have to use 2 different tools and document every action. That's what a real penetration tester does. So those people at the beginning said, I want to know what it's going to take to be a cybersecurity expert. I don't know, but I can tell you this is what penetration testing experts look like. This is how I measure them, how I watch them and see what they do. And this works really well. Anybody that can make it past either of these tests, they're a penetration tester. Now, you still have to have a specialization. Okay. We're doing the 2-day. There is the 4-day. It's lots of doing. It's lots of prepping for the doing, because we can't do labs in class too much. Okay. Thanks, MA. Okay. So remember your password. You can download the mind maps zip part 1. You don't need part 2 for today. And then this is the lab from GitHub, the wiki from there. This is this 2-day wiki labs. And we're going to do footprinting after we do a little bit of scoping. And so there's the link for the labs that we're going to do today. We're going to do the footprinting. We're going to do the scanning. We're going to talk about the enumeration, 72-day trial or a 2-day first or the 4-day first. We're doing the 2-day class, so we're sticking with the 2-day. If you did the 4-day first, you're going to get a lot of overlap. But for those people that have been doing double stuff, I'm going to give you harder assignments in the room. You're going to have to be ready to go on the fly, because you've already done it once. I don't want it to be the same thing over again. I'm going to put other expectations on you all. Okay. Let's see. That's our first hour together. Now we're into the ethical hacking phases. We're going to take a 5-minute break here. When we come back, we're going to go over ethical hacking overview. While the break is going on, I'm going to walk through online. It'll be mute, but I'm going to walk through online exactly how to do the setup for the lab. And so if you want to run away and go play, maybe I'll leave my, I'm gonna run. It's a 5-minute timer here, but it's not going to be in the window. So we are just 5 minutes past the top of the hour. And I'll put here at 10 minutes past, we'll start back up again. And so this is a break for those who aren't interested in the lab. You can go run away and go play. Oh, that's some good coffee. Okay, so this is everybody who's run away and go play. You can come back and watch this in the recording if you wanted to. And so that's the easiest thing is we're on the break. And here's the cool thing. I think you can search for that in the attendee chat. That's one question that maybe in some interfaces it'll allow you to search for that inside of the chat that's flowing by. So doing lab. Okay. So I'm just going to do 5 minutes worth of the process, plus I'm going to take 60 seconds to run away real quick. Okay, here we go. So on the lab side of things, it says create the stack. Now what you need is, you need to have done the copy already. And you're going to need this piece of information right here, which is the stack name. And so I'm going to copy that link. And I'm going to say create a stack. And I'm going to drop that right in here and say next. It's going to ask me for my stack name. What I use for a stack name is my key pair. That's just the easiest way to deal with it. Now, it can have dashes in it if you want to. I always run it together and start it off with letters. It has to start with a letter, not a digit. And now what I have to do is I have to key in these parameters. Attacker ID. And that's going to be this Kaylee instance right here. I'm going to copy that in. Next, it's asking me for guacamole. That's the infrastructure. I'm copying that in. Now, every once in a while, the mistake is that you copy an extra space there. You'll notice that I just went up there and I saw the extra space and I just deleted the extra space. It might let you get away with that. Just be careful about that. Trailing and leading spaces, it usually should ignore. The Linux victim. So here's Nix right here. I mean, this is just copy and paste, but it's really particular copy and paste. Oh, public IP address. Where am I going to get that from? Oh, I'll just open up a browser and go, what's my IP? And it goes, okay, so what's my IP? Some browsers will give it to you. Sometimes I have to look it up. And so I'm just going to choose this one randomly. And there it says, there's my IP address. If you have problems after you've done your lab or some of your labs and they break later on, the reality is that if you can't get access to the labs, it's because your IP address has changed. So I always check that. Let's see, somebody has a new question. I did the 4-day and now the 2-day. I will definitely be doing both a few times, I think. Good, MA. Okay. So SSH key pair. Now, this is already populated for me. So all I do is click the drop-down arrow, and you'll see that it's listed right there. And now I have to go ahead and key in the Windows victim. It sorts this alphabetically. I don't have any choice in this matter. So that's why I kind of have to look at it and go, okay, which one are you asking for? You're asking for the Windows victim. And there it is. There's the Windows victim right there. If you copy and paste the wrong AMI IDs, this will blow up in your face. So you have to just get that right. Once I'm finished here, I scroll to the bottom, I'll say next, and now it's going to specify the template. I got to find the, let's see, do I have a template? Yeah, I got my template. I got everything done. And if I go down to the bottom right here, you'll get this little pink thing. Please acknowledge all the checkboxes. So I tried to get past this and it won't let me. And so I have to acknowledge this because you're about to spend money. That's really what that says is, I acknowledge that I'm spending money. I click submit. Okay. Now, the break is over. People should be coming back from the break. It's 10 minutes past the hour, and I let this thing go. It'll tell you when it's finished. It'll tell you if it blows up. I leave this screen here, and I go, I go have a cup of coffee. And then it should have worked out when I'm finished. So we'll just leave that right there, and we're going to come back to the class. Again, I shot a video on this. That video is up there. Watch the video first. The video instructions are a little bit different than the actual test that I've got running right there. And here's why. I've been doing this on my own for about 3 or 4 years, giving it to students. And now O'Reilly's gotten involved in it, and they're going to make it even easier on us. And so these instructions are going to be good for maybe 2 or 3 more weeks. And then after that, it's going to be all those instructions go away and you fill in the blanks and you're done. And actually, the only thing you have to fill in at that point is what's your key, what's your IP address. That's it. That's the only things that you'll have to fill in. Everything else will be done for you. You won't have to worry about copying. All of that stuff will go away. Okay. Coffee. Okay, so now we're into the ethical hacking discussion on this. For those who came to the previous time, I'm going to be asking questions that I want you to answer as best you can at this time. So from a conceptual standpoint, we're looking at this. First, we're looking at it from an adversary standpoint. Then we're looking at it as penetration testers, which is the professional practices. And then we look at it as ethical hackers. For those who had been here before, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to type into the attendee chat the difference between penetration testers and adversaries. I want you to think about that, and while the rest of us are actually starting off with this. So the adversary, they don't have any contract. They're continually defending against discovery. They don't want to be found out. And they're basically breaking this thing. We call them a black hat. And the trick with these people is they only need one way in. And I mean, that's, every time you see in the movies, I'm in. That's not professional penetration. That's just one way in. I've watched a bunch of things where I've watched people doing hacking, and they get in one way and then they go, oh, I'm done. I don't have to worry about anything else. That's not the way it is. For us as penetration testers, we've got to find every way in there is. So attackers only have to get in once and then they win. We've got to get in all the different ways, or at least describe the ways that we didn't get in. As a professional, they call you a white hat. You know your laws. You won't go to jail. You'll have a contract. And the key here is that we set a scope. So in that scope, you and I have a conversation. Now we're going to set a scope. After this section, we're going to set a scope with Brock, and we're going to ask Brock questions about what he wants us to do. So we're going to define that in the scope. And the trick is that a lot of what I call cowboys that are out there, and I'm from Austin, Texas, so I can go ahead and put a slang on cowboys. They'll go ahead and they'll do anything they can to go ahead and win, and we won't do that. We'll point to it and go, I could have really gone ahead and hurt you really bad over there, but I didn't. Maybe you should take a look at that. And you and I, we make money off of this. We have constraints. When I get hired for a 5-day test, it has to end in 5 days, and I have to have results. So that may mean that I use more or less automation than somebody on the outside of this, because I've got those limitations. The problem is that professionals and ethical hackers, EC Council's term, they're a little different, because EC Council follows a weird definition that's a blend of the professional stuff. Like, for example, you would say, hey, have you backed up and restored your systems before I start this test? And they also talk about the adversarial things where we cover tracks. When I hear covered tracks, that means that there's me as the bad guy trying to attack and you as the good guy trying to defend. That's called red teaming, red team against blue team, and we go at it. And because we're going at it with each other at that moment in time, that means that in order for me to maintain my place in this system, I have to delete data. That's not a good thing. That deleting logs is not a good thing from a non-adversarial standpoint, because it ruins the integrity of the system. Now, since the EC Council's inconsistent in this, I've come up with a methodology and some definitions that I'm very consistent about applying in this course, and that you need to kind of commit to memory. When we talk about this, if we look at it, you'll see that business happens twice here. It's business first and business last. Those aren't EC Council things, but we still need to talk about them because they're a component of it. But if you forgot everything else and ran screaming from the room, the standard methodology is reconnaissance, sometimes called discovery or OSINT, scanning, which is about IP addresses and ports. Exploiting is about the services that are running at those ports and the weaknesses that are available for us to take advantage of because the system hasn't been patched. Maintaining access, which means that we, once we're on the system, we stay on the system by installing backdoors and those kinds of things. And then, if necessary, we cover our tracks as we're going along. So reconnaissance, scan, exploit, maintain access, and covering tracks are these steps. Each one of these has a subset of steps inside of it. I want to talk about business first and business last because I'm going to go over the other things. If you need the details with each one of these, open up the mind map yourself and click inside of there and build your own definitions. From a first business standpoint, there has to be a contract and there has to be a non-disclosure agreement. Now, I will tell you, for me, when it comes to non-disclosure agreements, when people call me up and say, Dean, I think I got a job for you in penetration testing, I go, time out. Hold on a second. What's your email address? And they go, but I want to talk to you about it. I'm like, nope, wait. I have a form on my side. It's got all my stuff all signed and detailed in it. And it says their name, when we started talking about this, and now this is a private conversation. I send it to them and I say, did you get it? They said, yes. I said, did you open it? They said, yes. I said, okay, now go ahead and tell me whatever you want to tell me. That binds me to them. Anything that they tell me at that point in time, I can't tell to anybody else. Now, if there is an active attacker on your system, or you feel that your organization has breached some law, that's the next level of it. If that happens, I'm not an attorney. I do not play one on TV. So what I do is I get my attorney involved and I say, hold on another second. And I say, Bruce, will you send them a contract, an engagement contract? And he sends an engagement contract to them. It's just it's a deposit of $100. And that way, then I'm under Bruce's protection from a legal standpoint, and I can't disclose information. I can only disclose information to him. And if he decides to dial you in on a conversation and you start explaining, hey, we violated PCI or HIPAA or FERPA or whatever other regulation that you're dealing with, GDPR if you're in the EU, then I can help you without somebody coming along and saying they're going to subpoena me and say, hey, Dean, you have to tell us what you told, because no, this is part of a legal engagement. All we care about first is the non-disclosure agreement, and then we care about defining the scope. What do you want me to do while I'm on your system? How long do you want this to take? And are there any limitations? And so that's the business portion of this thing. For reconnaissance, it's all public information, sometimes called discovery or OSINT. For scanning, we're just looking for IP addresses. That's the opening in the system, along with the ports. once we know what those ports are, we tend to automatically jump over to what is the vulnerability at that port based on that software. We can catch that stuff in the scanning, but we're going to use it right here in the exploit. We're going to compromise that system, gain access to it, and do privilege escalation. There are the three components of exploiting. For maintaining that access, only if the defender is actively repelling us, what we will do is we will install new entryways into the system. That's not to say that we won't corrupt the operating system in a variety of ways to go from this machine to the next machine or escalate our privileges, but we may add some backdoors into that system. We are now corrupting the integrity and the security of that organization, so therefore they really should restore from backup. A lot of organizations don't. And what we want to do is we want to cover our tracks if this evidence is going to lead to us being booted off of the system. If it's not going to lead to being booted off the system, and even if their incident handlers know that we're there and they're not going to boot us off, they're going to watch us as we go through, we don't remove evidence at that point. We make a note in our documentation to say, this is how I would have removed evidence at this point so that you wouldn't be able to track me, because it takes a really long time for you to find me on your system. Remember today, and here I'll ask this question. What's the time from the time that you're compromised till the time that you realize that you're compromised globally? What's the number of days that it takes for most organizations with an incident response process in place? How long does it take them in days to recognize that I'm there? Type into the attendee chat. How many days? Just give me a guess. Six months? Who else? $30 to $90? That seems reasonable. 72, 200. TG knows it. TG knows the fact. It is 200 days. 200 days. For the average, that's a global average. That blows my mind. Okay. In the business last section, we're going to give them artifacts, which are probably packets or screenshots. Most organizations, from a professional standpoint, and when they deliver a report, they give screenshots. I give packets because packets are proof, and that comes down to the report. Okay, from a core term standpoint, where are you going to build up your glossary of terms? Where's this going to come from? Well, on the GitHub, you will see this glossary right here. This glossary is tuned. This is not a generic glossary. This glossary is tuned to the CEH, and it's designed so that you write the bold term on the blank side of a note card, and you write all of the other details on the lined side of the note card. It is designed so that when you look at my way of note carding process, that you will have 4 colors. I like to use a nurse's pen, which they're by Bic. Let's see, do I have my, yeah, here it is. I know this is kind of a squint, but that's 4 different colors that are on the top of there. And this is called a nurse's pen because it's got a little hole on the top, and you usually put it on a chain right here. You can do it this way with 4 different colors. It depends. Smooth writing, because you're going to be doing about 800 terms. And so you need to know those terms well. You got to be able to do them from memory, both backwards and forwards. And this is a really long page, but you can't just look at those and go, oh, I know what that is. Because what I'm going to do as a test writer is I'm going to take 4 terms that 2 of them are really close and 2 of them are not. And they're going to be usually like inversions of each other. And I'm going to give those to you, and I'm going to set you up so that if you don't know that definition well, be able to recite it at gunpoint, that you'll get this question wrong. Okay, so there's your glossary of terms, but I wanted to give you an example of the glossary of terms right here just for a second. See how easy it is to confuse white hat, gray hat, black hat, white box, gray box, black box. Is it hats or boxes? Or does my hat go in a box? Does a headband with horns on it count as a hat? If it's green and you have a green screen and you can't see all of it, is it still, you get into these things where you have to make sure that you're really tuned up on your definition. Now, I'm going to use some definitions that aren't in your glossary of terms that are important to us, and I want to kind of like lean on these terms here. Attackers is the computer used to perform the test. It contains usually the tools, that's Kaylee in our instance. The victim is either a target or an objective. That could be a computer, and in most cases for us, it is a computer. It's not a user, but user is possible. You're going to encounter some sort of control that's going to protect. It's going to get in the way between the victim and the attacker. I set up clients separately because clients are end user workstations. They should not have any data on them whatsoever, but they do. And servers, which is a sense of repository of data, which usually has a lot more controls around it that are marshaled through their access control process. Something that you'll only hear here that's not part of your exam, don't memorize it for your exam, is what's called a listener, which I always collect all packets between me, like the attacker, and you, the defender, so that I can track all of that activity. Briefly for the law here, in the United States, commercial penetration testing is legal in all 50 states. Those laws are different in Germany. Germany has a very strict set of laws when it comes to this. Those laws are very different when it comes to a lot of Pacific Rim countries. So you consult your local jurisdictions. They cannot test you on jurisdictionally specific laws. So just know that up front. The problem is that sometimes what will be done is they'll ask us to do a wireless penetration test. And like, for instance, for me, when I do wireless penetration testing, I use this tool right here. This is called a Wi-Fi pineapple. Okay. Usually it doesn't look like this. It usually looks like it's got these antennas on it. And actually you never see this thing because this is in my backpack. So you don't even see this thing. If I need to test the higher levels of 802.11ac, I'll plug in a separate module that goes inside of this, and it'll look like this. I know that's starting to look like a swastika, isn't it? If I'm testing Bluetooth, I use what's called the Ubertooth. But in those cases, I may be trespassing. And you give me permission to test your Wi-Fi, and you're in, let's say, the third floor of that building, but the people on the first and the second floor or the owner of that building didn't give me permission to walk around with this device in there, and they might try to arrest me at that point. So I'm always ready, if I'm going to do any wireless penetration testing, to be handcuffed, because I will tell you it happens, but usually you don't have any problems. There is a risk of jail there. So what you do is you protect yourself. You have to be very specific care has to be taken for anything where it's military or government agencies, and that's globally. The rules change radically when you involve the military or government in it. And then HIPAA in the United States, GDPR in the EU, anything that has to do with medical privacy and personally identifiable information, if you're treading in that area, just because the company allows you to do it doesn't mean that the person that works for the company is allowing you to do it. So be very careful in those areas. Make sure that you get a good attorney, because it's expensive to defend yourself. If I have to go to attorney after I've already been incarcerated, the rates go up a lot. If I get somebody on retainer, which I go to Bruce and I say, Bruce, I'm starting a new test. And he says, okay, pay me my retainer. And I go, okay. And so we've worked out a deal that he gets a retainer per engagement. And so then I write that check off, and then he knows that I'm doing this. And that way what happens is when somebody if they go to put me in handcuffs, I go, okay, open up my shirt, and inside of my shirt, I have a copy of the contract. Like I would open it up, and inside would be pinned to my shirt, the contract. And it says, here's the attorney, here's the people of contact. You can call all those people. Remember, you want it pinned inside your shirt because your hands might be behind you in bracelets. And so make sure you have it on your person. From a testing implementation, I'm not going to dig into each one of these. I am going to talk about professional practices for a second, but I talk about the time, the selling, and the business of penetration testing. Let's just talk professional practices. You can watch the other stuff in a video. Now, these are the top 3 places to go to learn about it from a professional standpoint. The Open Source Security Testing Methodology Manual, the OSSTMM, is an EU standard on penetration testing. It is the best in the world. This link, I will not click on this link because this downloads the 13 meg process, the manual to go through to actually do the penetration testing there. So I won't click on that one today. That is the best in the EU standard. We don't use it in the US. The next level of this is what's called the P-tests, and this is the penetration testing execution standard. For those who were in class last week, don't answer. Can anybody tell me something interesting about this website from a security standpoint? Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. There we go. There's the link. Can anybody tell me what's interesting about this website? If you got nothing, throw me question marks. Very good. There's no S on the end. So that's not to say that there's anything here that we could say is good or bad. So I really do love that. You can't see the URL. I pasted it into the attendee chat, RS. I know it's off the screen here, but that's why I pasted it into the attendee chat. This is the excellent guide that is out there. It is a beautiful guide on how to do your intelligence gathering. It even gets into the specifics of time zones, the relationships, the individuals that you try to go after, what tools you can even use. Sometimes you can click on these links and they'll lead to really good tools that are out there for you. Okay. So that is an excellent standard. Now you'll notice when you look at that standard, they don't use the same words that we do when we talk about our methodology. We called it reconnaissance. They call it intelligence gathering. Sometimes they call it discovery. Sometimes they call it OSINT. It's got 4 different names. You have to know all the synonyms for each one of those names. Threat modeling and vulnerability analysis, you know, they don't look like scanning. Vulnerability analysis is actually their word for scanning. Exploitation is the same, thank God. Post-exploitation, we don't even have that step in our process. Well, actually we do. We call it maintaining access and then reporting. So see, that's the level of the exam. It's going to make you be able to compare and contrast each one of these. Now, last on my list here is Kevin Ory's penetration testing framework. I like this one. You can look at it later on. I'm not going over time, selling, or the business process that is out there. But when we look at the business process, we have to know that there is first a non-disclosure agreement. That's at first contact. We never go to a website and go, you know, I was on your website and I found some security leaks inside of there, and I'd love to get hired by you to go ahead and do a penetration test. No, we don't do that. Okay, and if you are doing that, you can run afoul of the law very, very quickly. So you don't want to play with that. We do a pre-site inspection. This is a time, by the way, that cowboys in their pre-site inspection will actually leave behind, really cool USB drives for you to insert into your machine, which sounds really cool, but that wasn't the purpose of the pre-site inspection. There should be a separate second visit if you want to drop the USB drives or any kind of devices into their network. It should be after you have done the pre-site inspection, after you've confirmed the scope, and after you have a contract. I always do a deposit on my contracts. It's a $100 deposit up front. Why? Because if your company is willing to write me a check in the name of the company, you had to go through your process internally to get that check cut. Somebody had to approve that. You can't just write it unless you're the owner of the company and your name's on the signature block there. You have to go through the accounting process. Even in my small company where I don't say I have an unlimited budget, but I can write a check for, with 4 zeros on it or 5 zeros on it if I need to, if I feel that it's important. But I always have to go to my CFO and say, hey, will you check on this and go ahead and do this thing? Is this reasonable for us to do at this moment in time? That little check that happens there where the CFO, she signs off on that, that helps to go ahead and put checks and balances in place. If you do that, then you know that there's some sort of official person that's allowed to do this, because then they start getting into all the different accounting things that have to go through checks and balances. In the post-test report, you need to have good artifacts. For OSTMM, they have a report called an RAV or a star sheet. Brilliant, wonderful. EU has it. We do not have in the US, we do not have our act together, and nobody knows what a star sheet is. Every time I bring that up in a meeting, they're like, what? I've never heard of it before. The closest we get is what PTES has, and they have a reporting format that goes through every single piece of the scope and explains the things that you're going to do and what you're not going to do, and even gives you examples inside of there. It's a brilliant start to building your own report format. We're going to break in just a minute here for controls. If you're reading any of the EC Council's material, or you're reading anybody who was an EC Council instructor, they might use the term countermeasure. That is the wrong term to use. You should be using the word control. And in the controls, there is a problem with that. So just know that it should be controls. So if you see that, they're synonyms for us. Customers are going to say they will protect us. And the reality is that there is no they. And why not? Because your local police are looking for physical harm that's being caused, trespassing. Your FBI or Interpol, if you're in the EU or whatever your federal agency is, they're looking for more than $2 million worth of loss. And so that's unlikely there. They'll also say, can you please share the P-test URL? Yes, go into the CEH Bootcamp, click the download code, and download the zip, and inside of the day 2, and you'll see that there is this, the students, day 1 and day 2, you can download those zips, and inside of those zips is the URLs for all of these things. They'll also say to you, we have a firewall. Well, it's probably not tuned. Or they'll say, we have antivirus. Do you have it on your phone? Do you have it on that mobile device? Do you have it on your Raspberry Pis that you're using in your environment? I've seen a lot of places today that are using lots of Raspberry Pis. They're great little toys, but they don't have a lot of security protection on them, so you got to be using something else, or I'm going to get in. They're going to say, we follow best practices, but the reality is they don't follow them all. Normally, I have a map separate from. And in this case, what I did was I gave you a list, and you can look it up later. I gave you a list of what tool would be the best tool that most organizations, professionals used to achieve each one of these things. I want to go to the report just for a second. It's the artifacts, which are the packets or the screenshots. And here's the key. It has to be an encrypted PDF. That's how you're delivering your report so that you protect that organization, because you are generating a list of all their vulnerabilities. Therefore, it has to be protected. When I use my encryption inside of WinZip or encrypted PDFs, I always use a random set of digits to make sure that I have a really good encryption, using good encryption, but using a good password requires that I have a random set of digits. For me, what I do is I take a US $1 bill and I tear it in half, and on one side it has a serial number that matches up with the other side, and I say, this is the start to your password, and I give that to them, and I hold on to this piece. And if you could look inside of my room, you would see up in the corner, you can't see it here because I'm on a green screen, but you would see the dollar bills that are up there for my current penetration tests that are out there. Actually, they're over there. These are different dollar bills on the other side. You can't see it inside of here, so it doesn't matter. The idea is it needs to be encrypted. Okay. So that's the ethical hacking overview. We're going to take a break here. We're a little bit off schedule. That's okay. We're only about like 5 minutes off schedule at this point. We're going to take a 5-minute break here. And when we come back, I will show you the results of the script that I was actually running. I'm going to leave this sitting up here, and you'll see that I have an error in mine, and we're going to look at what the errors are. And then we'll go on with the discussion. We'll start asking quiz questions. You'll start knowing what the real exam feels like. So for that, 5 minutes break, and we'll come back. Okay, so it broke. I will tell you, without looking, I knew what it was. You go, well, Dean, how do I figure it out? I mean, I'm not a cloud expert. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. It's okay. I'm going to show you. So when you get the rollback, that means you did something wrong. So here now I'm going to click on this link, and then up above my head it says events. Now, I'll go to the events, and I'll look at it, and it will say, no. Let's look. Let's see. Let's go back. Hang on a second. So I'll click on it. And I'll say, okay, status and reason. I'm looking inside there. I can't see anything inside of there. What I will do is I will look at events and see if anything came back. Creation in progress. No. Resources, outputs, parameters. Now, when I look inside of here, can anybody see what's wrong? If I move my big fat head out of the way, what you'll notice is this Windows victim doesn't have enough digits in it. It's missing a digit. So it'll take it, and if I do the copy and paste wrong, it blows up in my face. So you got to make sure you get all your digits. And in fact, if I go look, and I can go dig around in here, and the easiest thing to do is just to start over again and make sure that you've got everything that you need. So if I go and I look at my AIMs, in fact, that Windows machine has a D at the end of the name right there. And I did not capture that in my copy and paste. You can see right there, I'm missing a D on the end of that. So I didn't copy and paste correctly. I didn't copy and paste it in the document here, and it didn't work out there. You just restart that script process and you're ready to go. But it's always a copy and paste problem because it works. Okay. So back to it here. Any questions? I've answered that one. Okay. Any questions about this first section, the generalization of the ethical hacking? So I want you to be thinking about that, those questions that you might have. And we're gonna go on to the next section, but I'm gonna come back to this so that you can type those things in if you want to, or you can put them into the attendee chat. Okay. So what's it feel like from an exam standpoint? What does an exam level question look like for this exam based on the content that we've covered so far? Name the initial documents between the ethical hacker and the victim company. Now, normally you would have 4 options. I'm making it a little bit harder here. I want you to be able to recite. So, name the initial documents between the ethical hacker and the victim company. I'm really only looking for one, but I'll take more than one. What do you got? 60 seconds. And I see some people are taking the time to go ahead and put the bang at the beginning of the question, at the beginning of the statement. Thank you for following along. Thank you for following procedure. That's good. It is a non-disclosure agreement and your scope. That's tops on the list. That wasn't that hard. But remember, you've got to remember that along with, like 800 other facts, okay? Let's try again. list the 5 major technical phases of ethical hacking. If you can give me a partial answer, that's good. If you can do them and don't have them in the correct order, that's fine. If you don't know these at all, throw an exclamation point in here. Let's see what you got. 60 seconds. Thirty seconds. Okay, so we had some input inside the Q&A and then some over here inside of the inside of Mentimeter. If you can, I'd like you to go ahead and put them inside Mentimeter because they all fit together and everybody can see them. They're not looking in 2 different places. If you can, I understand. So the answer is recon, scanning, exploit, maintaining access, covering tracks. I will take as acceptable substitutions for recon, discovery, OSINT. For scanning, I will take the tool. So if you said Nmap, that's a reasonable second, okay? If you said vulnerability scanning, I will take that as an excellent replacement. Exploit is the exploit phase. There's no anything else. Maintaining access, it is maintaining that access. That's a CEH thing. And then covering tracks. So covering tracks may not be there. Now, when somebody says business last, I think that that's wonderful, but that is not a technical phase. Now, let's say that you didn't know it. You couldn't remember it at that point. Put it on a note card, and don't write down all the phases, just write down 5 technical phases of ethical hacking on there, put that aside and come back and look that up for when you get to the end. Okay, so you got the idea of the quiz. Now we got our break in beforehand, so we're gonna move forward. And before we get into footprinting and reconnaissance, I wanna back up and go, what questions do you have from this first section? And then we're gonna move into footprinting and reconnaissance. And there is a difference. I'll give you about 90 seconds here. And if you have no questions whatsoever, throw me an exclamation point in the chat. Yes, I could, RS. Now, I don't do it in Azure. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And it's on the main GitHub page. So this is the main GitHub page. You could get that from the resources section, but RS, it's right here. There you go. Yep, I took care of that. That was taken care of there. Anybody else? Any other questions? Okay. Covered the quiz. You know what it's like from an exam standpoint. Normally they give you the 4 options. I'm not giving you the 4 options because I got to create some sort of pressure that doesn't exist in the real world. Footprinting and reconnaissance. They are 2 separate things. Footprinting is the EC Council's term for the total volume or surface area that is attackable. That's separate from the scope. So if I say I have all this area that is attackable, and you say I only want you to attack right there, that's fine. But footprinting is that whole thing. When we do our scoping document, we say, where do you want me to go? And they say here. And you go, well, what about this whole range of other things that's out here? And they go, no, just there. You're staying there. You're lining up well with them so that you make sure that what they want and what you do are in alignment. That is footprinting. Can I use light sail to set up the stack? No, light sail will not work. Because you have to, in light sail, you have fixed images that you're bound to. So sorry about that, PR. It just doesn't work that way. See, somebody else put a question in here. If you have plus 3 years of hands-on networking security, I presume this counts for 0 towards the CEH requirements. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's a really good question. It's what you're stating on your resume and that your current boss will attest to. So even though you've got 3 years of hands-on networking and security experience, it's got to be on your resume, and your boss has got to say, yes, in fact, that is the truth. So it doesn't count unless you can prove it. Good question, though. Really good question, because that causes lots of problems. And in that case, if your boss won't sign up for it, why is your boss being such a turd? So what you have to do is you have to go, okay, I'll do the pen test plus. They might not know you, it's a possibility there. Okay, so I'm going to go over here and I'm going to leave this questions up. This is the questions for this next section in footprinting and reconnaissance. And I'm going to go over to the mind map at this point. So this is the footprinting and reconnaissance section. From a concept standpoint, we're collecting data about a target. It needs to be more than enough to get in. Now, your job is to report that's all that's available there. Because remember what I said is the attacker only needs to go in one way. So if I say, give me your username and password, and you go, here's my username and password, and you're in a company of 50,000 people, that's only one. But if I say, where are the usernames and passwords for all these different users, all these different systems, now I'm looking at everything that's available. It's not just the username and password for the VPN server or for the mail resources or something like that. Now I'm looking at all the different places where there's an input box for username and password. So I report on everything that's available. And then what we'll do is we'll funnel it down for the next stage. But in that reconnaissance phase, we look for all these different possibilities here. Now we're going to find things that are valuable to the victim and to the attacker. There are going to be a lot of unexpected things that we find. Like I found unexpected extra email servers. I've also found things that are not part of the rules of engagement or what we call the scope. Rules of engagement and scope are pretty closely aligned. I would say that rules of engagement are how we act and the scope is what we act on. So that would be the sandwich of rules of engagement and scope. Now there's going to be stuff as an attacker that I find that seems of little value to the victim. And you go, well, who cares if you can get onto the P-test website and it's not HTTPS? What's the big deal there? Well, that site could be used as a watering hole attack to go ahead and create a man-in-the-middle attack against you. What are we looking for? Okay, well, we're looking for organization information, employees, network, systems, and locations. Generally, what we're looking for is what are the ways in? What are the doorways? What are the IP addresses? Those kinds of things, the general information. And what we will do is we will use this to figure out ways to enter, all the different ways. If you were looking at this from an OSS TMM standpoint and you were doing like the RAV, this would be something called porosity. How many, if I have a bowl versus a colander, a bowl doesn't have any holes in it. A colander has lots of holes in it. But if I have a colander with very few holes in it, then it's not very porous. It's not doing its job as a colander, but that's beside the point. If it has a lot of holes in it and it'll strain off all the liquid, then it's very porous. That's the porosity that's out there. So in reconnaissance, we can call that discovery, OSINT. It's all public information. And notice I'm more specific about the term. This is an EC Council term only. Actually, I'm seeing it come out in other places, but footprinting is all the possible victims in the scope. So we're looking for all the different ways in. That will lead to the scanning, but the scanning leads to reconnaissance again. That will lead to exploiting, but the exploiting leads to reconnaissance again. We find new things out as we're going along. So this is not a perfect linear set of steps that we do. Okay, from a core terms standpoint, we have footprinting of passive and active. In the passive, I don't go to you. You have no idea, no stimulus. I didn't say, hey, what's your name? What I did was while we were muted, I picked up my phone and I texted Heidi and I go, hey, Heidi, who is this PR person? What's going on with them? Tell me about them. Have you seen them in class before? You don't see the communication channel. You don't see the communication at all. There's no stimulus on your part when we're doing passive. Now, the attacker is going to go to the sources where it's already out of your control, where it's been leaked and somebody knows about it, and it's not possible to capture this. The classic example of this, let's go to our labs. Let's see what's going on there. So we'll go into Wiki, and we'll go into 2-day labs. We'll go into footprinting. And here I'm going to give you this link. Copy link address. And your first passive one is the SiteCraft report. So I'm going to open this up in a new tab, and you can do the same. Let that thing run. We'll come back to that. Okay, so now in passive, it's not possible to capture, but it's worse than that. Let's look at active for a second. Now, there are certain requirements in order to make active footprinting available to discover. So you're going to have to own the subnets. That means that are you self-hosting or that you paid some cloud provider or service provider to own those IP addresses, to rent those IP addresses, and to host a server sitting there collecting the data that's flowing to it. So first you have to own the subnets. Now in cloud, we can put instrumentation on top of that, but the cloud provider is going to charge us more. If I buy a light sail instance and I stand up my WordPress and I don't turn on the advanced monitoring, I only see 2 or 3 statistics about that thing. That may not be enough. Okay, so you have to be collecting. But that also means that you have to be listening. So that data can be flowing across there. And if you never look at that instrumentation, then it's gone. Or it might be 200 days till you look at that. And you go, okay, I'll go back to yesterday. Now the previous day. Now 100 days ago. Now 199 days ago. So, and you had to be collecting that data that whole time. Now, here's where it's really horrible. You have to be detecting. That means that you have to be reviewing the data in a timely fashion. This is not operational data. This is security operations centered data that you may not have the time to review. One of the things that we do as penetration testers is we usually do our tests on Friday afternoon, starting at 5 p.m. local office time. Why? Because that gives us all the way till Monday at 8 a.m. Also, it's off business hours, so therefore we may not cause any operational downtime. So are you reviewing it? Now, if I'm really good at my job and what I do, so I'm being evil at this point, but what I could do is I could say, well, I'm going to pretend to be a nice bunny at this point because this looks all normal. Look, the little bunny is hopping around, right? It looks like the Adele song, Hello from the Other Side of the World. Or if you're really old, Is It Me You're Looking For? And that's Lionel Richie, if you know Lionel Richie. But the idea is that this all looks normal. Looks like somebody's singing you a song. Looks like somebody's going to your web server. Oh, isn't that nice? I got web hits over the weekend. Okay, what are we looking for? Now, this breaks down into 5 major sections: high-level networking data, network information, organizational information, business relationships, and identity information. Now, let's take a look at high-level network data and network information, those two at the top. You can go into the details there if you want to, but let's just look at what it looks like in the site report. Okay, so from a network standpoint, okay, the network block owner is Amazon. Okay. Our hosting company is in Northern Virginia. Our IP address is this, and our autonomous system number is this. Do I have a V6 address? No. Do I have a V6 autonomous system number? No. Is there a reverse on this DNS? Yes, but it doesn't work, by the way. Okay. Who's the name server organization? Who's the domain registrar? You'll notice for the .us domain, I have to have a NIC that is US based. There's some things about the guy that runs this thing. The DNS administrator is here. If you try and send an email to that, you won't get anywhere. Okay. The top level domain is in the US at this point. Let me slide this over just a little bit so it looks better for you all. Okay. But you should have pulled this up for yourself. There's all my top level domain information for IP delegation. Tells me where it's coming from and how far up it goes. And so this is looking at the 54 net and the 5464 subnet of that, and the 54 now 85.161 net of that. But there's the IP address of that host. That's what we were looking for. Does the autonomous system number give you any information that you need? It might tell me about the country that you're in. Does it being hosted at Amazon help you in any way, shape, or form? Probably not, because I probably have a backup on that and I'll fail over to other regions, but maybe. How about organizational information? What products or services do they offer? None of these things are in there. No land tax, no org chart, no divisions. Can anybody find me an org chart for expsec.us? If you can, paste that URL into the attendee chat. I need an organization chart or something that's close to that. 60 seconds, go. And also, you might be able to find me some division or department names that are out there. Now, this is before you've had your interview, before you've talked to anybody. Well, they've said you're going to do this thing, but we haven't set the scope yet. Company directory for expanding security. Let's go look at that. I'm sorry, not expanding security, EXPSEC. EXPSEC.us. And company email directory. Look. Do you think you could find the same information out through social networking sites? Let's go to, we're not going to go to Facebook because that's personal stuff. Let's go to, LinkedIn, right? Let's go to linkedin.com. Okay, so now I'm going to have to sign into this thing. Okay, fine, I'll sign in. And I'm going to sign in as Dean Bushmiller. But you'll notice all of these other people, Chewbacca, Camille, Luke, Han, Darth, they're all there. Right? Now, the reason why they're there is because they're inside of my one password. But I'm going to go and log in as Dean Bushmiller. Oh, quick verification. Oh, send it to my email address. Let me look my other machine out of your view. Verification will be sent to your email address. Oh, hang on one sec, folks. This is it really doesn't like me doing this. There's my verification code. Sorry, that took a while. And you can see it because it's a one-time password. And now what we're going to do is we're going to look for EXPSEC LEC LLC. Oh, okay. Who's following them? Anthony follows this page. Oh. So we could have found out about Anthony. Let's go ahead and look at Anthony. Let's see if we can find anything about Anthony. There's Anthony. Okay. Notice that his pronouns are it's, joke. It's not real. Okay. Okay. By the way, Anthony Rapp, the public relations person that doesn't exist at expsec.llc, gets 3 to 5 invites per week to go ahead and get another job somewhere else in public relations. He has no experience, he has no nothing, and he still gets emails. Look, who are his connections? Jocelyn, I have no idea. She wants to connect with him. And by the way, don't connect with real people. Carolyn Cole, no, I don't want to connect with these people. Okay, that's bad. Now, I won't be able to see too much about Anthony at this point because I'm in as Dean Bushmiller. So we can figure out division and department names by going into social media, or we can go and look on their website. Business operations specifics. So will somebody please tell me in the attendee chat, What kind of company is this? What are the business operations of them? Can you tell me anything about roles and responsibilities of key employees? Can you tell me where their physical location is? And by the way, that indicates some sort of legal jurisdiction or charity, and maybe even charity affiliations. Can anybody tell me where they're located? Again, these are things that you're finding out. This is what you're digging into as a penetration tester. This is that first step. We are a mobile workforce with offices located in Austin, Texas, 78723. That's true. Excellent, KK. Can anybody tell me the specific address where they're located? So Austin, Texas, that's good. Already tried. Create failed when creating Bastion instance Linux. Okay. Ah, 1801 East 51st Street. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay. What do they do there at expsec.us? What do they do? Because this is important to us. Are they affiliated with any businesses? This might tell us, you know, what their hours of operations are, when they do purchases, when they take shipments, who their competitors are. If we can figure out what they do in business, then we can figure out what their competitors are. That's going to be kind of tough because it's a fictional company. General identity information is really what we're looking for. Emails, names, and phone numbers. And look at the magic there. If we look, there's email addresses for everybody. Oh, that's excellent. Now, if we couldn't get it here, we might get it on social media. By the way, we've shifted. If you have the same color hair that I do, or lack of hair at this age of email is not the primary form of communication for somebody who is under the age of 30. It's text. So then what we need their cell phone number, their text messaging tool. It might be WhatsApp. You know, there's, you know, what their handle is on Twitter, those kinds of things, or X, or, you know, so there are all these different forms of communication that you'll have to start looking through to find their communication. But generally, when it comes to business, there is a business email. Okay, so we've got that. We've got a little bit something here. Maybe it's their Facebook profile. You'll notice when I went in to look at this, I looked at the company first. So let me back up here. See, I went to this company. They're in the manufacturing sector. They're the fans of fans. That doesn't make any sense, does it? It's kind of silly. So you got a little bit of something else on them, RS. So you know about the San Diego Comic-Con. Yeah, so they're big into the Comic-Con. That's kind of fun for them. And you probably found that AS, you're going to have to be a little bit specific. Can you please provide an example of such tools for going in and finding all this material, all this information about these people? We're going to do that. I'm going to show you those tools. I promise. Okay. How do we do this? That's what AS asked. I'm answering. we could use closed sources. There are closed sources available depending on who you are and how much you spend. This could be threat intel vectors. You can purchase technical data on companies. Dun & Bradstreet is a classic one for any kind of large organization that does any kind of sales, or private investigation databases. Now, those things, those are probably not on your radar. And I don't say that you should do them now, but realize that that's the level it could go to. Next is the open technical databases that are out there. Now, this is the high level stuff that we found in Netcraft. We found out about DNS, who is digital certificates and content distributed networks. If you actually go down inside of this site report and you drill down in and scroll down in, you'll look for certificates, where they came from, hosting history, excuse me. If they're using any kind of server side information like content distributed networks, it would show up here. Client side scripting. You find out, oh, look, it's a WordPress site. Now, AS, I'll answer you at the next break, I promise. So,
unknown caller.
Oh, somebody's figured out my number and calling me. So I sent a little message to Heidi just to go ahead and check things out. So now, those things really aren't going to do us any good. So let's get into the things. Open websites, corporate communications. Look for marketing organizations that they work with. If they have a public relations firm, the public relations firm says, we work with expsec.us. Or they might have a particular campaign website that's set up. Now, by the way, those websites that are set up usually are set up by the PR firm or the marketing firm, and they're not under the control of the organization. But a lot of the details about the organization are dropped into those PR sites that are out there. I always look for lawsuits and any kind of transactions that are out there that are public transactions. Those are great places to, if they've had one lawsuit against them, usually, if you look at large organizations, they have continuing litigation against them. But if you look at smaller organizations and they've had one lawsuit against them that's been resolved, the best phishing campaigns against them are to figure out who the senior leader is and send an email to them about a fake lawsuit. They will, it's called whaling or spear phishing. It'll work really well there. Then it's in social media. And I'm going to show you how to do that. But you also want to start looking on support sites. Then this is all the different sites that you collect over time based on that kind of organization. Or the business sites, like are they invested in best practices? And that, if they're in a particular industry, that industry has best practices. If you are in the power generation industry, then you are going to follow the requirements of the SCADA organization that's out there. Or if you're in the US military, you're going to follow, and you're in the cloud, you're going to follow FedRAMP. If you're in the military, then you're going to follow the requirements for the Department of Defense, or whatever is your version of Department of Defense in your area. And so you have to know a little bit about the business. Okay, so how do we actually do it? How do we acquire the data? First, we figure out where the data warrants are for them. In the network IPs, we use Whois and RDAP. For DNS, you need to be able to be very well versed with both DIG and NS lookup. But generally what you're going to do is you're going to get this base information from Netcraft. That's where you're going to live. Okay, now let's go to the next level, the tools that you're going to use. Search engines are the perfect place to do this, but then what's the advanced level tool on this? That's going to be Multigo, the Harvester, and Sherlock. By the way, the Harvester advertises itself as a great email finder. It does not do that well anymore. And then Sherlock is also the same. It does some of these things, and you have to sit there and play with it. Now you're going to have to learn how to do the queries. It could be an open query. More than likely, especially for social media, you're going to have to create social media accounts. Pick the 5 majors. of that customer that overlap with what you're doing. So don't pick Facebook, Twitter, and those kinds of things, because those are the ones that you do. Figure out what your customer does and overlap that way. By the way, once you figure out what those majors are for you, those top social media sites that are valid for you, on each one of those sites, you need to create at least 3 major profiles, if not 5. One of each gender that is appropriate for your organization, plus some variations on the theme. You have to keep this stuff up. I do this on a regular basis at the beginning of the month. I'm actually supposed to do it today, along with my backup and recovery drills that I do on the first of each month. Sometimes you have to pay to find this information. If it happens that you have to pay to use this information, always use temporary credit cards. Always. Because the sites that are making you pay for these things, they're not very good at security. They're good at collecting information, but they're not good at security. And so don't put yourself in jeopardy while you're doing this. Businesses have a way to do temporary credit cards or what's called ACH payments, those kinds of things. None of the regular business tools are available to you, and don't use your business credit card. There is a service out there that's called Blur that you can use, but it does cost money. Okay. You could get a private investigator license. Now, I don't do that. What I do is I have a background check firm that I hire out. So when I want to do this, I go and I pay them a certain amount of money, and they return information to me based on my requirements for the particular job. Or if I need a private investigator, I have one person that I go to that does private investigation work that will go, and if I want them to, they'll go dig through your trash. And then the next level of that is beyond the private investigator license, those kinds of things would be somebody that will go follow them. And that's way beyond the scope of what we do. But sometimes it's necessary for really high profile individuals. So now we roll all this stuff up across all our different sources and find out what those contact points are. We probably aren't going to use a dossier, but it may come up. We summarize it, we document it, and then we confirm it. Now, normally in the confirmation stage, we do one of 2 things. We can go back to the company and say, this is what I found out about Heidi Hill. Here's all the data about her. This is how I did these things. This is what I did and where I did it. And she can go, yes, that's true. Or the organization may say, you're not allowed to do that, so you have to confirm that with a secondary tool. But remember, it is possible that when you're doing this, that you're going to get false positives. So notice here, you'll see that this is actually my phone number. Hang on one second, folks. I'm about to sneeze. I don't want to sneeze into the camera or at you. So they said, you call this number, and we found out all this stuff about DR from DC. So if you find a phone number about somebody, you can have that reverse lookup, and you could do a service like this. The problem is, I'm not DR, okay? And the problem is, I never lived in Washington, D.C. And in fact, on some other sites that are out there, I've lived in Florida. Nope. I live in Maryland. Nope. You know that I live in Austin, Texas. I told you that. Now, I did originally live in Baltimore, but that was like 25 years ago. And then, so therefore, these records are garbage. So you have to be prepared for the false positives, even when you pay for this stuff. So always get a second source. From a testing standpoint, the report artifacts are going to be your social media collection. Usually Sherlock will give you an output file for text. I don't like that. If you're going to use Maltego, it's going to give you what's called a directed graph, and be prepared to explain all the components of that. For your exam, you have to know how Maltego works. and you have to play with it for an hour, but you really don't have to go beyond that. You just know that that tool is doing its best job at giving you the general reconnaissance information. When you have a community edition of Maltego, you don't get nearly as many transforms. And when you have the paid edition, you get a lot deeper information. Like they have a really great Facebook connector that will go through and it will basically just rip through somebody's Facebook life or their Instagram or those kinds of things. It'll correlate all that information, times and dates and places, and it'll put it all together in a really nice, neat package. Now, what you can do is when you're presenting this information, we can divide this into things like attacker time on task. So I usually say to my people when I give a report, this is what I can find in less than 20 minutes, this block of data with no effort. This is what I can find in less than 2 hours, maybe with a tool that I use, but I get a free version of it. And this is what would cost me $100 or less to find out about you, and I can give them examples of that. They're going to want to know what they can do about it. They're going to say, hey, how can we fix ourselves with this? Because this is kind of the, we told you how we would attack you. They say, how do I defend against this? That breaks down into what's called cleanable data, non-cleanable data, and costly from a legal standpoint to clean. So for me, just to let you know, I have been working toward being private for a really long time. I don't believe that my physical address where I live is available to the public. I've worked very hard to do that with all the tax records and all the other things that I do. I make sure that I do things legally, but I don't do things where people can find out about me here. So that's very costly and very time consuming. If you have children, you cannot do this. I'll just tell you that right now. If you have children, the school needs to know where you live from a standpoint of where you're sending your kids from, but also how to get in contact with you when something goes wrong with your child, if it ever happens. Okay, so what happens? A lot of times when we're out there, we clean up our website, we make it look good, but the reality is that the Wayback Machine kicks in and we can look at stuff that they saw before. If you go and look at the Internet Archive or the Wayback Machine against the site that we're looking at here, all you'll see is it's a different color. That's really all you want to do. Now, as a defender, you're going to try to do catch-all emails, scatter the IP addresses, add random digits. All of these things are very valid for us to do. For that public data, we might remove it or corrupt it and change. We might even change our business strategy. I've seen lately a lot of my security friends that are going into other organizations and being hired. When they work for this new organization, it just says a Fortune 1000 firm, and that's all it says. And there's no other information on them until they actually leave the place, and then they can list off what they actually, when they were working there, kind of their work history. Here's the interesting thing. In order to protect the organization, individuals within the organization have to learn how to protect themselves and the organization. And that user training and persistence is the only thing that's going to clean the data out from a reconnaissance standpoint, because remember, it's already out of our control when we're doing passive reconnaissance. That is the footprinting and reconnaissance section. That brings us right to our next break. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to answer a couple of questions in the Q&A. But I do want you to run away and go play just for 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to try and help out RFs here a little bit. So we go from, we start here, okay, and this data is copied into the Cloud Shell. So we wait for the environment to pop up, and then we just paste that straight in there. It's going to return value to us. RS is the return value that you have there saying unable to copy, or does it give an output and say these are the 4 different image IDs that we're creating? That's the first thing. We have to see whether that's working or not. So RS, go do that, and we're going to jump back into class, and I'm going to try and answer that as we go along so that I don't mess everybody else up for class. So I'm working with you, buddy. Okay, I don't see any questions popping up there. Okay, if it's showing the 4 IDs, then you pick up those 4 IDs, and that's what goes into your next level of the script. Those are the things that you copy and paste into. So you would have them here. Like mine was messed up, so I have to add a D to the end of this one. So I would have to have these. Let's see if I can get that right. I have to have that information. And then once I do that, that allows me to go into CloudFormation, and I kick those up, and this is where I create the stack. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this stack right here. And then I'm going to create a new stack. So I create a stack, and the details of that stack are actually generated right here. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. Once I do that, then it's going to give me all the stack information that I need to put in here. Got to start with a letter. So I'm going to just type in pen test 2024-0401. And I'm going to key in each one of those. I'm going to copy and paste each one of those attacker IDs inside of there. So RS, I'm going to pause there. So you have to make sure that you get the right copies, not from my script, but your output from your CloudFormation. I mean, from your Cloud Shell. So you can't copy my AMI IDs that are listed here. Those don't count. Those, you got new ones generated. The ones that were generated from this, that's what you're dropping in there, and you've got to map those. What you have to do is you have to wait, though. Once you do that that process right here, this copy takes a long time, especially if you're going from the US to the EU. You have to wait until these are finished, until it says available. And that will take a long time. So there. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Footprinting. You have done the footprinting. Believe it or not, you've started the footprinting process here. But what you need in footprinting is one other component. And so I'm going to go to this place, and I'm going to drop this link in. I'm going to go to the 2-day labs, and I'm going to give you this link that you need from here. And that is this link right here. Copy link. Yes. Did I do that right? Okay, so open this in a new window or a new tab. Documentation. I want to be really clear. This is just for lab purposes. for real penetration testing, you would never ever use any online tool at all. Full stop. I've talked to people that actually use this to document everything. The chances of it being replicated and leaking are so high, you can't use any of this stuff. It's got to be a local resource. For me, I can't talk about the one that I use, but I will tell you it is local and available. As soon as you get here, don't try and sign in or anything. Just go File, make a copy. Now, if you can't make a copy, that means that you need to sign into your own account. So I'll have to go ahead and click on sign in again. And it says next. And my email address, my password. And now I'll go back to that. I'll refresh it. Now it shows that I'm signed in. And so I would go File, make a copy. So you have to have an account on Gmail. You can make one up if you want to. It doesn't matter. And so once you've made that copy, then what I want you to do is I want you to rename it to you. So you'll put your initials in there. Because if you want me to review this in the future, you have to be able to share it back out with me, and it's got to have a different name. Okay. Remember the P-test part where I had the report and it started listing off all those numbers? There are those numbers. Now, this is a real short chip off of that, and it stops right here at password hashes. It doesn't go any further. What I do in my real practice is I go to the pen testing report documentation that's there, and I say, what of these things can I do? And then I put them inside of there. This becomes my list of the services that I offer my customers. So this is it's not my scoping document, but it's my documentation document, but I use this, a variation of this, to give to my customers to explain what I can do for them, what services they may want from me. You cannot download a copy without signing in. It won't work. So what I will say to you is make a fictional account. It's very simple to make a Gmail fictional account that's out there. Okay. So that's how you set this thing up. And then what I did is I put in a couple of other sheets down here, down at the bottom. Locations. You should know that because we've shared that. That's your first piece of data that you're putting up. Position identifications. Brock Peters, SecDev, and an email address. This should be all filled out. It's a little tough to do the copy and paste, but I get it. And then we have to talk about user list for a second. So now, let's talk a little bit about professional practices. Oh, think about what goes on for you. How you log into your machines. How you as an administrator have done administrative work in the past. You'll notice that the name, Ashley Judd, does not match the email address, Leah_Organa. But now when we think about logging in, a lot of times, like if you're in LDAP, Active Directory LDAP, you would log in with your email address is the same as your login. Or maybe it's first dot last name. First initial underscore last name. First name underscore last initial. See all the variations that you could have with that? And that's what we have to do is we have to figure out what the usernames are and all the variations that happen with that. Now, in this case, we're going to cheat. Okay. You're going to log in for each one of these accounts. And so hang out with me for a second here. But what I want you to do is I want you to copy all this information that you have right here. I want you to copy all of that over to your sheet of position identification. So do that right now while I get something set up for us. No peeking. Okay. You couldn't peek at my one-time password. It probably wouldn't do you any good, but in theory, if you could have had about like a race condition, 40-second windows there. Okay, so now I'm logged in. And now what I'm going to do that you don't have access to, you won't have access to this, is I'm going to go into my WordFence dashboard. I'm going to go down to, let's see, I'm going to manage my firewall. This has got real-time IP block list on it. And so I'm going to disable that. And I'm going to re-enable this stuff after class is over with. Brute force protection, I'm going to turn that off so that the lockout won't stop. I mean, the lockout won't cause you problems. I'm going to turn off the rate limiting. And I'm going to save my changes here. Now, when class is over with today, because we're all spread out all over the planet, I'm going to turn on all of these controls. You are allowed to hand type in. You're not even allowed to cut and paste. You're allowed to hand type in username, password. Now, when we look at this from a username, password standpoint, I'm going to go over, I'm going to pretend to be a user for a second. Because this is a WordPress site, in your investigation, you'd have to know what your WordPress site looked like. You find out that the standard login for logging in, the standard login page is this. Now, I'm short-circuiting that for you right now. I'm giving you this page that you're landing on this page because you don't have usernames. Well, you do. Because the usernames are the email addresses. So you've got that part. Now you need to get a password. This is the tough part, and this is where we start hacking. Let's see, how are we doing on time? Yeah, we're coming to the top of the hour here real soon. So what we need is, we need default passwords. Because I don't want you guessing. I don't want you using like any kind of tool to go against this. So what I want you to do is, I want you to look at that regular website, and I'm going to go back. And what I would like you to do is I would like you to tell me which of the site links at the top of the page gives you information on where to go to deal with passwords. Everybody do that right now. Which of the links at the top, copy and paste that link at the top that is valid for finding out information about passwords. I'll give you 60 seconds. So KK's got Discord, but that's not a page on my site. That's somewhere else. I agree with you, KK. But what on this site? Where on this site does it tell you about Discord? Because you're right. But we've got to give the other people a chance to catch up. Anybody got it? It's not the tester success page. Let's drop that. Tester success page is the place where I talk about how you've achieved success. Anybody else? There it is. Extranet technical support. So when you land here, see it says password resets. And inside password resets, now I'm not going to click on it. You can click on it. KK gave it to you. Ends in DUDP. You can click on that, and that will lead you over to the other page that will give you some information. Do not change passwords if you can log in as somebody. Let me repeat that. Do not change passwords if you can log in as somebody. Figure out what the default password recipe is. Copy that down. Do not type it into the attendee chat. Copy down that default password recipe. You will need this piece of information. The password recipe will be found there. You will need this page about us and the documentation that is here. You will be able to take that. You will take this for a login, this plus this in the format that is described there on the Discord page, and you'll bring all those things together. Do not give it away to anybody. I want them to look themselves. Now, here's the thing. Once you figure out what that password recipe is, then what you have to do is you've got to go into this and attempt all those passwords. And that, we know that the user list is going to be, in this case, it's going to be email addresses. And the password list that you're going to use down here is going to be the default passwords. After this phase, when you go on to your main resources that are in AWS that you build up yourself that are separate from EXPSEC, then you would use tools like that right there, which is SecList, to generate lists of passwords. Or you would use tools like Maltego to find out what KK's favorite color is, or what Heidi Hill's pet's name is. And we would take all of those things from your life and mash them together and grind them up, and then that would give us a dictionary, a weird-looking dictionary of passwords that we could attempt against you. Now, if you're doing what I do and what other good people do in creating and using one password where all my passwords are random, then that's not going to work. But remember, we're going through and we're going to document who's using their default password. Now, there's another way that you can get passwords. Anybody want to think? Anybody want to guess at other ways to get passwords? What's the standard practice today in order to get passwords? Type it into the attendee chat. We're going to go to a break soon. What's the other normal way to get passwords these days? If you got nothing, throw me question marks. Yeah, ask for them. Social engineering. Now, I will tell you that I have set up phishing. Right. I have set up all of the email addresses. Oh, thank you for the sparkles there, Apple. I have set up all of the email addresses that you see here. You can phish these people. Some people will give you passwords if you just ask. Some people, you have to have a plausible reason for them to give you that information. What I did was I created, for all of these accounts, I created a keyword setup, and it's an autoresponder. If you key in the right keywords, it'll send you a password back. If you key in the wrong keywords and you don't set things up correctly with a good subject line and a plausible reason for giving that password, you won't get anything back. So that is a piece of your homework tonight. We don't have time to do that here in class, but that's what you should be doing tonight, is trying to figure out what good, plausible messages are. Now, the way to do that today has radically changed, and this is where we start talking about artificial intelligence. Even with free accounts on OpenAI, even with the free accounts, what you can do is you can feed it a list of people, and even just the list of people, their names and their positions, and say, write me a plausible email phishing attack that is individual and unique to each one of these people. You can further go, and this takes some skill and some plugins. You can further go out to any of the social media sites and collect up the information about these people that will help me to write an even more plausible email against them. Now, we don't talk about how to do that in this class because that is deep details of phishing accounts, but I'm telling you that's where AI is today. AI is being used for social engineering and phishing attacks all day long. Now, somebody also wrote into the chat, cookies and browser history. That would mean that we were there locally with them, and that is a reasonable, plausible thing for us to do in later stages. But that brings up the very important thing that once we do our reconnaissance here and then we go into the machines later on, doesn't mean that we don't get that information and go back out and loop around and do reconnaissance again. We found out, hey, there were these accounts that they weren't even listed here. There's people in this organization that aren't listed there that you might want to try out. Those people will automatically reply to you with their password if you can figure out what their account is. Most of the time what we're doing is we're getting all this information and we're just using that. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break here, let you think about things, and when we come back, in theory. We're going to talk a little bit about scanning networks. Before we do that, we will do exam level questions. So a 5-minute break, come back, we'll do exam level questions, and then we're going to move over into the scanning. And with that, I am mute for the break. All right. I'm answering one more question back. Okay, I don't want to give away anything there. Okay. Exam level questions. You ready? Come on back in here. We got 32 people in the room, so I'm going to expect 10 answers here. Let's see how we do. What tools will you use to passively footprint a victim? One answer comes straight from class. You've got 60 seconds. Spider foot. Okay. Netcraft is a tool. Maltego is a tool. Social networks is a little vague. OSINT, that's open source intelligence. That's not a tool. That is those are artifacts. Let's see what else. Wayback Machine, perfect. Spiderfoot, I don't know whether it's passive or not. Nmap, no. P0F, no. Those are active footprinting tools. Shodan, yes. And the social media one's kind of weird because if you can view their profile, but sometimes like you have to ask to go ahead and like be my friend. At that moment in time, you've given yourself away, and that's active at that moment in time. Okay, so you've got a good thought about here. The harvester. Okay, here's the thing about the harvester. If they have any controls on their, especially for emails, if they have any controls on it, it'll kick it off, and they'll know that somebody's searching all of those things. All right, good work. Okay, here's your next one. This one's going to require that you stretch your mind. A company posted a job requiring JavaScript and SharePoint. What do you know? Don't tell me what you see. Tell me what you know. Do a leap in logic. $60 seconds. Okay, they are web development focused. That's pretty good. JavaScript, you already know that information. There's no leap there. The person who wrote, they're probably using Office 365. Maybe. But that you're getting close. Okay. They're developing some kind of SharePoint app. Yeah, but that's not a leap. I don't know that you know this. Yeah, but I like that. That's a good leap. Somebody put it right away, their Microsoft shop. U1 put in to the attendee chat, they're a Microsoft shop. And that's the thing that you know. That's the leap that you take. Because that means that they have to have a Microsoft server. Can't run SharePoint on Linux, not to my knowledge. Web forms to email. Yeah, like it might be that the JavaScript allows you to go ahead and know that they do a web forms to email. I don't know. That might be a bigger leap than I'm supposing here. The idea here is that you're supposed to be taking that next thought, that hint that they gave you. So let's look at a perfect example of this. And we'll go over to this version of the site. Let's look at a draft of a job listing. See, now here they gave it away. Windows Server 2008 and above. They give it away. They tell you that they've got a Windows 2008 server in their midst. They tell you all the different things that they're doing here. This is a list of, before you've ever gotten to the servers that are internally the AWS servers that you're going to do penetration test against. This already tells you that's some of the stuff that you're going to encounter when you get there. So that's kind of perfect. And you go, well, Dean, nobody would ever do this. Well, first off, I've seen published drafts of job listings many times, not just one or two. Anything that you see on this site, I've seen it at least 2 live penetration tests that I've been on. And the second one that I said, nobody will ever do this again. This is and I won't tell you who or what, but nobody will ever do this again. There's no way that they would embarrass themselves like this. And immediately on the next test, I saw the exact same thing over again. So everything that you see here is just true. Okay, let's talk tester success page. Now, this is a list of all the people that have attempted login, successfully logged in, and then started collecting up other information. When you do website penetration testing, what you want to do is you want to figure out, of the logins that you have, what are they allowed to do at their level? And are you allowed to escalate privilege to another level? We don't talk about that in this class. That's in the website penetration testing class. That's the 3rd day of CEH 4-day. But that's what you're trying for. Now, we're jumping past that and we're going into the scanning phase right now. We've already done our break. We're not going to be able to squeeze in another break here. We've got 40 minutes left in this session. So we'll run it right up to about 4 o'clock. The scanning section, the scanning discussion is very straightforward and very simple to say, relatively reasonable to do, okay? It really comes down to, if you ran screaming from the room at this moment in time, it would be learn how to use all of the tools of Nmap. How does the application pen test fit into the CEH scope and test? They would have said, we want you to test this website, this web server, and we want you to test these things. So that's what they would say. If you're talking about it from a CEH standpoint, it is all of the things that we do in the process. So when we do reconnaissance, scanning, exploitation, maintaining access, and covering tracks, we would do all of those things in the specialized instance of a web server. And then you're scanning at that point. You're not really scanning ports and IP addresses. Now you're scanning a user access control and user capabilities. You're exploiting holes in the logic of how you log in with the website, and you'd use like Burp Suite or something like that to go ahead and do that instead of Metasploit. Metasploit could do it for you, but you're using more of a Burp Suite kind of thing. I think that answers that, KK. Okay, now, so scanning is easy to say. Let's think about it from a conceptual standpoint. It's a stimulus and response, and the communication happens where I send data to you, you respond in this way, and the way that you respond to me tells me something about your operating system. The way that you respond to my TCP SYN-ACK or my reset ACK tells me something about you. Now, what I need is some tools, and we have to figure out the efficient ways to do this. We have to figure out how to send stimulus, collect response, and verify all of those indicators. And we can either do this manually or we can do this in an automated fashion. We're going to do it in an automated fashion, Nmap. But manually, you could do something like a ping, do packet captures with Wireshark, review those packet captures, and read all the header information in there and figure it out. But really, we don't do that. I mean, you could, in theory, do that, but we do it automated with Nmap. Not only do we do it with Nmap, but we do it with a subset of tools underneath of that, which is called the scripting engine. Here's what's beautiful about Nmap. If you say to Nmap, do a full scan of this machine, and then you say, you don't have to say anything else at that moment in time, it will go out and it will look at the scripts that it has available that are applicable to that particular port, that particular banner, that particular communication with that server, and it will run the scripting engine afterward. Then what you normally do at that point is you want to take this information, you want to hand it off to something else. The general way to do that if you're running Nmap by itself is to do some sort of XML output so that that can then be used by the next tool. Sherlock outputs a text file. That doesn't do us very much good. Personally, if you're going to output a text file, at least make it comma-separated values for me so that I can parse it with at least Excel, if not some sort of database tool on the other side. But it doesn't do that because it's an older tool at this point. We need tools that can go ahead and output to the other thing. So what we want to try and figure out is the network range. Now, first, what we're looking for is live hidden host. So in the case of expanding security, when we were to look at that scan that we had, this site report here, we know that there is the IP address of that machine is here. Now, if this IP address were owned by me, it's not, it's owned by Amazon. If it were owned by me, then this one is fully resolved in DNS. It's www.expsec.us resolves to that IP address there. That is a known live host that we know about. The hidden one would be, and we would try to ping 54.85.161.124. So one above it, or 126, one above and one below, and see if there's any host on that. Now, you won't do that because this is Amazon and IP address ranges are handed out scattershot. So unless you bring your own, and very few customers do this, they come to Amazon and they say, we have our own set of IP addresses that we want to keep. We're going to go ahead and bring them here. Then you would get a contiguous range. But the reality is, especially for websites, you don't get contiguous ranges. Now, When we go internal to an organization and we're scanning them from the inside, like for instance, when you have your AWS setup, you know that there is a 10.0.0.10 host and a 10.0.0.21 host. Is there an 11, a 12, a 13? Then you have to test for those conditions a lot of times. So when we're talking about scanning, we start looking for IP addresses. That's our first level of this. Those would be hosts that are available and addressable from the internet that aren't in some sort of database like DNS. Now, they could be in another database, and we'll get to that in a little bit. So no service advertisement in DNS. Now we're looking for those live hosts, and we're looking for all of these rich details about these hosts that we can get from the outside. And then what we'll do is we'll figure out what those IP addresses are and those ports are, and that'll give us a way to enter. We output that in a reasonable format, learn how to do that. And generally, when we're talking about scanning, those are the ports that are open, and we're mapping them to vulnerabilities, and then we'll do an exploit against them. Now, this is one of the things that I bring up in this course that I actually do not go over in the course. I ask you to come in with this information. Now, what I've found is that when people come into the Certified Ethical Hacker, they don't have all the prerequisite knowledge. And so what I did was I built a discussion that I've recorded, and it's all part of the stuff that we're talking about here today. And I will give you that link in, let's see here. That link is right here. So we will go over, there's the link to that. We will go over some of this, but I wanted you to see what's inside of here, that the assumed knowledge when you come in here for protocol headers is that you know what this looks like, and you know about each one of these flags that's inside of here. That if you're looking at it from an IP header standpoint, you know what this looks like. You also know what the V6 version looks like. That's not something that we talk about. This is it's a networking concept that people come in and they're a little bit weak on. They're weak on the TCP communications process. They don't know how this works, what happens when we send a FIN-ACK, what is the next possible flag that can be transmitted back. And I put this in here because, first off, this is a really great diagram, and second off, because everybody's missing it. And so I talk about that, and what I would do is I would say to dig into that deeply. Now, when we look at IP and TCP conversation manipulation and tracking techniques, there are two that we care about. One of them is the firewall testing, and the other one is the idle IP header scan. And again, this is in that same presentation where I talk about my dog, Dixie. Now you'll notice there's Dixie. She's got her keyboard. She's not a very good typist. She's got a Raspberry Pi right there. You can't see the monitor because I'm standing, like the monitor's right here, and I'm taking the picture over top of it. So that's the picture that I took of her. Now, Dixie is online. I mean, she's an internet dog. She doesn't do a lot. She downloaded and cached the picture of a squirrel running across the lawn, and she just keeps on hitting the replay button over and over and over again, and she's watching it. She's online, but she's not doing anything. So Dixie is idle. And to set the conversation up, and then you should watch the end of it, is I know that Dixie's online. Okay, that's no problem. I know that she's not doing any computing. She and her computer are kind of idle in the internet sense. And her IP identification is not incrementing because she's not doing anything out there. So this is why it's called an idle or IP ID scan. I want you to go through the operation there to understand that, because the first question that I'm going to ask you tomorrow is, how many computers does it take to successfully do an IP, an idle IP scam? And it is important that you know how to do that. Okay. From a protocol standpoint, we are attacking v4 and v6, UDP, and TCP. How we do this is very straightforward. We're discovering open IP addresses and ports, and we use Nmap to do this. See the tools map brings me to the thing that I'm going to talk about next. So I'm going to leave this here just for a second, and I want to share with you inside of the 4-day folder, you will see that there's something called a scan tools thing that will pop up. And it looks like this. So these are all in the 4-day folder, and they're all the tools ones. They're not in this course, but you have access to them. They're always black. Now, for every set of discussions that we have, there is going to be exam information that's out there. Hang on one second. That's not how I want to do that. Now, you will notice that for the exam scanning, we have 4 tools that we have to know. This speaks to your DIY, creating the note cards, making them up about your labs and building your labs. But how detailed do you need to go? And for every one of these tools, I always discuss how much time there is on the tool. If there's multiple platforms, that's fine. What the help syntax is, and then what the requirements are. And I want to dig into the requirements just for a second here. You should, with Nmap, be able to do different types of scanning, be able to specify ports, OS and version detection, host discovery, timing performance, firewall and IDS, spoofing, the outputs, and the target specification. And for each one of these, I go into the details of what you should be able to do. So when you do an Nmap scan, you just don't do the straight scan that I list. Like if you look at the lab here for scanning, let's go into the deeper scan right here. So that's a scan technique. Inside of Metasploit, you can do db_nmap, a little s, big S, A, and then the range of hosts that are there. You could also just, instead of being in Metasploit, you could just type in this command. That's the standard command that we use up front with all scans to make sure we know what's going on. This is noisy. This goes through every single possible permutation and gives us a very rich piece of information. But that's not good enough for the exam because they're going to ask you all these intricate pieces, and you have to be ready to discuss those intricate pieces. Those are the list of intricate pieces that you need to have. Next thing that you'll see inside of these mind maps is the EC Council labs right there. Anybody who's doing the iLabs can get the EC Council labs. It's $200 for the setup, and then you're done. And you get to use them for 6 months, and you can do them as many times as you want to. It's 40 to 60 hours worth of labs. For your exam, I would do them 3 times. That's their set of labs. For my labs, because you have to DIY it, and you've got components that are all over the place, and that you're struggling with taking my mind map and your note card and then actually doing that inside of your testing environment that you've set up with AWS, I'm making it a little harder on you so that you have to integrate those things. But that it's sand in the wheels. That's sand in the wheels of you doing it that way and looking at all the different components that are here. That will make you memorize that lab structure much better than EC Council will. And so that's why I do that. I always give you professional tools, what we actually use in the real world. And the way that we do it in the real world is we don't do Nmap by itself. We sit inside of, and I've just shown you, Nmap called from Metasploit. So we go into the Metasploit console. We make sure that our database is running. And then that automatically saves our output to the Metasploit database. And the standard example on a single host would be something like db_nmap, and that's our single host that it's pointing to there. And we could do it for a network range. Be very careful if you do a network range this big. That is 16 million IP addresses. And so when you start this thing, it's sandwich time at that point. If you're doing this kind of scan on AWS, you're doing it wrong because you're going to waste time waiting for it to finish, and you're paying for the waiting time on AWS. All right, so that's all the different, that's a kind of an overview of these different maps with the black center in them. So that's all the tools, the really good stuff. Okay, so 20 minutes left, we're right on time. For testing implementation, your report artifacts are going to be, it's not, we call it a network diagram, but it's basically, it's a list of IP addresses and ports. We can see that very thing right here on this sheet. So you can see device type, IP address, OS, port, service, version, CVE identifier. Is there an exploit? Is there a Metasploit module? Is it a proven vulnerability? Is there a solution? Is there a patch available? Is this out of scope? And so all of those things for every single IP address that's listed here and every single, IP address that's listed here, every single port that's listed here, defining the service that goes along with it, and the versions of those service are listed here. And we got that from Nmap. This is the documentation that they're paying for, and you want to be rock solid about that. The threat here is that the standard Nmap can be detected well, but for real attackers, they might be doing packet crafting tools. There's a tool called Scapy that's out there that you can use to actually build your own packet crafting if you want to, and that would require you to have a lot of advanced knowledge. Rick Messier talks about this, and I'm probably saying his name wrong. Forgive me, Rick. He talks about Scapy in detail in his book. From a control standpoint, what we may do in our scan, in our idle scan, is do IP spoofing. So what the defenders will do is they will say any kind of communication has to be encrypted, and we won't do an IP authentication. We'll put firewalls in the way, and we'll even randomize our sequence numbers. You, as an attacker, can go beyond that and pull a banner grab, and what they will do is they will disable the banner grab. Eventually, they're going to have to announce a service, and you're going to have to know. They're also going to put proxy ARP or reverse proxies in the way to protect themselves. That's a really short discussion on scanning because it's very easy to say. It's very time-consuming to do. Next on our list is going to be enumeration. I'm going to dip my toe in there in just a second, but I want to come over here and do the exam level questions for you on scanning. Now, this is going to be a lot tougher. I'll just tell you that right now. Now, I've given you 4 options here. You want to do an ICMP scan on a remote computer using HPing2. What is the proper syntax? I'm going to put this for the recording. I'm going to put it in big print. So you've got 4 choices here. Did we go over HPing? Nope, we did not. I want to see about 10 entries here before we move on. We've got about 15 minutes left in this session. I've got to give about 2 minutes back to Heidi. Hey, RS, how did you do in your lab? And if, by the way, for anybody who's struggling with their lab, screenshots are the best thing for me to help you. And you can send them via email to me. Okay, let's see what we got for an answer here. Nobody got the answer right. So this is HPing -1. Now I want you to look at that. This is, I think the people who made HPing, by the way, we're now on HPing 3, but HPing 2 if you have an older machine. You would think that it was the I, right? When would you think 1 would be the appropriate thing? And so this is where that syntax and knowing how that syntax works actually gets you the win here. So the only thing that's different is between these two is the I versus the 1. And this one is set ICMP. Well, HPing only does ICMP, so you don't have to set that. And this one just plain with no switch whatsoever. And so it's a great trick question. How about this one? Let's give this one a shot. Now, what I'd like you to do here is I'm going to give you 60 seconds. And I want you to look at these scans and tell me which one of these is the fastest scan. And the cool thing is that I do give you a hint. So you can click on the hint. And this is the hint. It's not a very good hint, but it is a hint. $20 seconds. And the answer is this one. Very good. It's the T for timing that it's doing right there. Now, by the way, this /24 after the name does not do any good because scanme.nmap.org is a single site. Okay, so the /24 doesn't work in this instance. That one's completely bogus. And then this one with the IR and the 100,000, it doesn't have any timing on it, and it will take a really long time. So, but I don't know what the 100,000 is for in this instance. Now I'm giving you a hint. Name the 3-letter value for the TCP flags, the top 6 flags. You've gotten the first letter for each one of them. but give me all 3 letters. Good, you got 3 of them. When you couldn't get the 6 right there, it became a note card right away. 30 seconds. Somebody did get them all. Synac, reset, urge, fin, push. Oh, fancy. RS even actually knows the bit identifiers. Very good, very good. Very, very good. So is urge, urge is 32. And if you combined urge and AC, it would be 48 in bits. Well, it'd be the digits for it would be the hexadecimal value of 48. I can't figure out what that is off the top of my head. Very good, very good, very good. Okay. Now we're not going to do a break. We're going to flip over to our last mind map of the day, which is the enumeration. And I'm only going to do the first part of this. So before we round out and talk about enumeration, here's your homework tonight. Set up your lab. Watch the little bit of the scanning 3 to learn about IDLE and IP IDs. Watch the full video on enumeration here so you can ask good questions tomorrow. You can ask them via email, but I really want you to go ahead and come in with those questions on this section. Now, any of the other courses out there, they do not talk about enumeration. They bury it inside of things. And this is the key aspect of how you make this looping process in your methodology work well for you. All I want to address here is the concept and then 2 other things. So in enumeration, what we do is we know that an open port is listening, we create a connection with the system, and then based upon whatever the service is that's running at that point, we perform directed queries with it. And our job is to collect all of that data that is inside of there. I will give the video link at the very end, so hang on a sec. We're going to use this for further enumeration and for direct knowledge of vulnerabilities. If you're speaking SNMP-v1, you have this problem, and I already know it just by the way that you talk to me. If you speak SNMP version 3, then I know that you don't have this weakness, but do you reveal any information that's inside of your database to me that you really shouldn't be? When we hit the controls at this point, this is kind of the key. It's not that this is bad for us as penetration testers, but we start recording this information. The 2 controls are authentication and encryption. Now remember, every service has some form of authentication that's on it, even if it's the default. And services, to a greater or lesser degree, have encryption on them that's either built it in or traditionally it's bolted on at this point with TLS. Now here's the key. The degree of rigor of authentication and encryption varies by the protocol, whether it's a good or bad protocol. Most of the old bad protocols go away. Vendor implementation, if a vendor is very bad at this, they either will go out of business or they will get a patching strategy that meets the expectations of the customers, or it's user setup. And this is it. This is where we live. We live in user setup. The tool of choice in this case, because most of the time we're talking about authentication, is some form of brute force account and password management. When we look at this, in this section right there that I'm not going to cover, we go over all the different ports and the names of the services. Each port and service must be on a note card for you in order for you to make it through the exam. I list off the 30 critical ports and services that you must be able to identify their port number by, and that's it. But in this case, for protocols, what I do is I talk about the top protocols that you should be able to enumerate. In each one of these, I talk about what you get from that protocol. In each one of these, I talk about the specific attack techniques that will work and the tools that you use to achieve them. So, when I talk about the protocol, I don't really talk about the protocol at this point. If we look at the protocol here, what we do is we start asking the question, what are we attacking? And we figure out that vendors have software out there. And what I did was, as I said, the most important thing for me to know is this operating system specific? Because it could announce, hi, I'm SMTP, but that could be on any layer 2 or layer 3 device or any printer that's out there. But if I say I'm speaking server message block, that's probably going to be a protocol that is dedicated to the Microsoft operating system. So then I might talk about that. What do we do when we get this? What's its function for our system? We don't just run services for nothing. What data do we get out of it? How is that useful? And are there any special abilities? That's generally what we look at when we're attacking a protocol. From a fundamental management standpoint, when we get into it and we're going after this, the port has to be open. Then we have to know what kind of transmission type, is it encrypted or not? Then we have to know what kind of authentication is in use. Sometimes it's not, sometimes it's brute forcible. And then can we pass a proper query? So when we talk about the transmission type, it's usually, well, it could be clear text, and that means that it's sniffable, but in most cases today it's encrypted. But that's not bad, because we can have a nice secure channel between you and me that excludes everybody else, where I'm saying, give me your password, and you go, okay. Now, when we look at authentication, we have really a couple of different ways that we can look at this. Some protocols don't have any authentication whatsoever, like Network Time Protocol has no authentication on it whatsoever. It'll tell you exactly what time it is. When I see NTP, that means that they probably have an Active Directory or they have an LDAP structure that replicates across several locations. That's what I know about NTP. If I look at the default device, it might have a default password. It might have a default password that's specific to a particular version of that. Now, if I can't use the default passwords, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a list of disposable accounts. You have those accounts from the expsec.us. Test and see if the email matches the login domain. Sometimes you may strip off the email, like in the case of old domains, you didn't have the email at expsec.us, you just had that name that was there. You might have gotten this list from other kind of reconnaissance or scanning. Now, if you encounter lockout, well, what happens if you have it? Well, if it's off, you start brute forcing and you start looking for service accounts. If it's on, you recon multiple accounts and you verify the lockout threshold and you give that as a piece of information to the organization. Now, generally, if you encounter two-factor authentication and it is not the scope, it needs to be the one scope, run away. Document it and say that you ran into two-factor authentication and that was it. For instance, for this website right here, if you try to log in as the administrator, which is user, you're going to encounter two-factor authentication. You should document that. The default username for a WordPress site is user. The password is something random that's generated by the way that the cloud infrastructure set it up. Or if you were silly enough to type in something that is predictable, then I'm going to brute force against that. but there are other controls that are in place that may stop you from making that brute force an actual success, which is what I'm going to turn back on in just 1 second. Now, we have a couple minutes left here, and I'm going to put up, here's the IP, section 3 IP ID. This is the video link. This is for the first one. That's for the 3. And then the next one that's in that list is going to be the 4. Let me see if I can find the 4. Wireshark, social engineering, system vulnerabilities. I know exactly what it is. It is the same thing over again, only this time it is this link right here. There you go. And now it says it's IP ID, but notice it's 04 inside of that chat. So those are the 2 things that I want you to look at. I want you to install your lab. And that brings me to the last thing. When you do your install of your lab, remember, and this says it all the way at the bottom here, that you must turn off your lab. Okay. Let's see, right. Okay. So there's 2 phases. Cloud formation phase gets rid of everything that's inside of there, and then you delete the AIMs. What you have to remember is when you've got running machines, let me go over here, and I'll go into my normal account. If those machines are actually running, let me go to my machines that are running. And they're listed as active right now, you must turn them off for the register to stop ringing. So all you have to do is once you get your lab set up is go in here and choose all of them and then say instant state and then click stop up at the top there. You can see it right there. I can't click stop because these are my live active workloads. But for yours, because they're tests, you turn them off when you're not using them, and then you're only paying about $1 or $2 per month for storage. If you have any questions on that, watch the video on how to turn them off. Let's see, we are out of time. I need to hand it back over to the fabulous Heidi. Will you take it from here, Heidi?
Yes, Dean, I will. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for joining us today. Just a reminder that this class was recorded and you can access the recording within 48 hours. And we would love for you to join us tomorrow at the same time and on the same page. So you can join us for day 2 of class. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye.